and for the sanitation of the industry and the climate regulation. So if we've already seen the droughts and its consequences in the continent, the situation could be even worse. So, also with regard to climate, the Amazon has the role of storing 120 billion tons of carbon, which is equal to 12 times yearly emissions by global economic activities. So the Amazon is also home to 48 million people. So we need to foster the human development of the Amazon region. This is vital. We also need to foster sustainable activities that generate profits, employments, and infrastructure, but also conserving flora and its ecosystem. So, since the beginning of the Green Coalition, we say that we want not only to save the trees in the Amazon, but also the souls of the Amazon. And for this purpose, we need to bring public and private stakeholders together to carry out investments in the region. And development public banks have a fundamental role because of their mission of promoting sustainable development and also because of their products that have to do with risk mitigation, cost reduction, and the attraction of private investors. Acknowledging all this situation, this is what mobilized BNDES to create the Green Coalition. And we also have an additional element to consider. The Amazon is extended in several countries, so this solution needs to be multilateral and consider the experiences of the countries in the region. So, in August 2023, in the Amazon Summit in Belen, the Green Coalition was born, and we already have 20 members, 3 international partners. Those are multilateral banks such as CAF that is hosting us today in this wonderful pavilion, and 10 um, countries of the Amazon region. And from that day in Belen, we've already convened in a mission to discuss the creation of 4 working groups that will develop the deliverables of this coalition based on an action plan that was prepared by the coalition members. This first working plan has certain deliverables. One is to submit deliverables by COP30 next year in Belen. So this is why we call it From Belen to Belém. That's our first stage. And all is detailed in our 4 working fronts that I will detail now. The first one is the one that maps out the market in the Amazon and works with integration and collaboration aspects. So we are dedicated to mapping out success, stories, bottlenecks, challenges, but also solutions that the development banks have found for investments in the Amazon. The second working front has the aim of developing a common framework of rules, taxonomies and eligibility criteria for the projects in the region. The third front has to do with the development of products for projects in the Amazon region. And the fourth is the one dedicated to mobilizing resources for sustainable investments in the Amazon. So this panel is focused on the first working front, which role is fundamental to provide supplies and inputs to the other fronts, because it is also in charge of mapping out the rules and taxonomies that are already being implemented in the Amazon by development banks. It also maps out the successful products and challenges, and also calls for funds and experiences to attract resources. So it's an essential front to achieve the goals of the Green Coalition. So it becomes a pioneer initiative based on the pillars and the experiences of its members.
So in order to follow up on this panel, I'd like to invite to the stage to Estefania Laterza, CAF Representative Director in Brazil. Would like to welcome her to the panel. She will be our keynote speaker. I would also like to invite Bernardo Brazão, who is a specialist on international recruitment, and Benedette, BNDL as well. And he's one of the leaders of the fourth pillar of the Green Coalition. He will be moderating this panel. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome everyone to this space from our Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean in COP16. It is a huge pleasure to host you here today to discuss a topic that CAF is very much involved, which is the Coalition of Green Banks. As it was stated earlier, the Amazon Summit held last year proposed quite a deep change in terms of the voice that the Amazon has in front of the world. We have created a shared institutional front that aims at gathering all the countries involved in conservation of this relevant biome, as well as the pursuit of solutions for the 45 million people living in this territory, allowing for both of these to be compatible. On the one hand, the solutions of livelihoods to those people who have the right to development, and on the other hand, the sustainability and conservation of this territory. This is why this institutional front was created. And it was also born in a very wise and smart way, and it has a financial branch. Let's think about this. If we have political institutional nature of our organization, of course, we are stuck with just drafting the policies necessary to have a sustainable management of the territory. But if we don't understand the needs that need to be covered and how to allocate the necessary resources to finance that activity, then once again, we are back to square one without actually advancing in these results. So at the time during this Amazon Summit, the message was clear. We ought to gather all the parties involved in this territory because they have a voice and also because they are held accountable. And on the other hand, the urgency to unite as many allies as possible in order to foster those policies. CAF was present through, represented by Alicia and other colleagues. It was a historical summit, really. And on the other hand, CAF has become more involved in all the institutional aspects created therefore. And of course, by way of creating the Coalition of Green Banks. Being a member of this Green Coalition is key for us because it is very much aligned with our values. This was born as a financial branch of the Andean Community of the Nations in the 1960s in order to foster infrastructure projects that at the time were considered directly linked with development. As time went by, we advanced and realized that if we actually want to attain a development inclusive of all three dimensions, prosperity, sustainability, and inclusion, then we need to move beyond this financing aspects of infrastructure through sovereign funds. At the time, we expanded our activity and we received a huge support in 2022 by way of submitting our corporate strategy, which is what is guiding our steps currently and connecting this great activity. And we are linking all the processes involving Latin America and the Caribbean in terms of sustainability. So we're part of the Green Coalition and we contribute several pillars. On the one hand, the value we add is through Grupo Cuatro, Group 4, that aims at allowing the mobilization of those resources and the allocation of those resources through these programs that are being developed. And as I said, this is very much aligned with the knowledge created in Group 1, where they determine where the bottlenecks are, the problems at stake, and it determines the kind of solutions that could be given to those problems. So Group 4 mobilizes the resources necessary to complete these projects or to provide these innovative solutions, to move from the theoretical aspect to practical reality terms. So CAF is a bank that has been working in the region for over 50 years. In Brazil, for example, we've been working for 20 years there. So we have thorough knowledge on the territory as well as the Brazilian National Development Bank. So we're fully aware of the needs and we understand how to work collaboratively with all the stakeholders. So being able to bring this specific knowledge to the territory and align with the actions of Group 4, we believe that this is key. Otherwise, solutions stay on paper rather than become applicable. Our mission is to involve this wide base of allies and partners that we have, not just here, but all over the world. We have external partners who have the ability to provide resources and funds that can be mobilized to the Amazon region. And on the other hand, they show a particular interest in providing complementary products that could potentially be used other territories or perhaps finance these solutions on ground. So we create these alliances that we already had. So we leverage those alliances in order to attain our goals on the bank coalition. And lastly, we work as a coordinating party because as I said before, there's no enough resources for this. Resources are finite and the problems are infinite. So we must use every single resource at hand, either technical or material, physical or corporational. We must use them in a wise and rational manner. To that end, we conduct coordinating activities in order to ensure that we're all speaking the same language and we're following the same structure and taxonomy. And that helps us divide our tasks to ensure that these resources are applied in a smart way to reach our goals. At times, we understand that development banks, together with commercial banks working in development, sometimes they work in silos. They are not coordinated. And many of us overlap in our activities and we are not focusing on other tasks that are equally important. So we believe that coordination and cooperation is key. So we understand where we're headed and that tasks can be also split to ensure that each party and each stakeholder can focus on what they're best what they do best and not try to reach more than they can do. So, of course, we all have an area allocated, and that allows us to hit our targets. Thank you. Morning, everyone, and thank you very much for having us today and to share this panel with us. I'd also like to thank CAF for this wonderful pavilion and this excellent setup. We are very grateful from the Agrarian Bank and all the members of the coalition to be able to take part in this and to share with you what we have been doing for over a year. As Christina said, from the very beginning, we set up these working groups, and I would like to share with you the results of a study that we have conducted, and it reflects the results of certain actions that we conducted in the Amazon together with the National Development banks. So I would like to share with you that we organized Group 1. These were three key elements or parts of the work we've conducted. Initially, we mapped out the resources shared by the development banks in the Amazon. And we conducted interviews and surveys and public information requests to understand where the bottlenecks lied for these institutions so we could allocate these flows of investment in the Amazon. And lastly, to identify the demand needed at a high level and what potential opportunities could be detected by the Green Coalition in order to enable further resources in the Amazon. Particularly, I'd like to share with you what we did on step one, data gathering. As I said, having these interviews with the different entities, gathering information that could be found and publicly available in order to identify which was the offer of these entities in the Amazon. We've also filtered down on those data found through the public national banks of development in the Amazon in order to classify these according to several criteria. We are trying to make the slides work. In order to classify them based on the three main targets that we have in Group 1, according to the methodology that we used. As I said, data gathering, surveys, interviews, publicly available information, and secondly, filtering these information of all the public banks that we have in the Amazon. And lastly, assessing the data in order to understand exactly the size of the sector and the resources available from the public banks into the Amazon. Here are the results of these analysis. Approximately 15% of investments, of the total investments by public development banks, are aiming the Amazon, are targeted at the Amazon. We're talking about $16 billion allocated to the Amazon. Within this important sector, 96% are allocated to Brazil. And of course, mostly because Brazil has a greater participation in land, but also because it has the highest number of banks allocating resources to this area. I would also like to mention that banks cover 61% of their territory in the Amazon. And they do this by way of allocating 15% of their resources. That it is a greater extension with resources that are specifically allocated to this area. And I would like to highlight Brazil, Colombia, and Bolivia with the main banks that inject cash flow into the Amazon. Well, this cash flow is particularly allocated to several destinations. So close to 6.4% of all investments can be found in sustainable investments. Therefore, what are they mainly focusing on? Agriculture, housing, and utilities are the main targets of these investments in the Amazon. There are several banks and countries that participate in this coalition, and the main investment is done in logistics, transportation services, and a smaller portion of agriculture and livestock. This paints a picture of a clear challenge as a green coalition in order to allocate a greater amount of resources towards conservation, reforestation, and other targets that we believe are key as part of our working groups in our coalition. In addition, we've understood what our baseline was, and we have also identified several bottlenecks through this methodology. We conducted data gathering, analysis, assessments, and we have been able to identify potential solutions for the implementation within the Amazon. These bottlenecks, we could identify approximately 17 different criteria, and we group them in three main categories. The first one is the challenge of institutional governance, financial challenges, and environmental challenges, as well as socioeconomic challenges. Among the governance and institutional challenges, we like to highlight the limited ability of initiatives by the national public development banks in order to channel these resources towards the Amazon. Secondly, the financial challenges, the low diversification of the resource of the financing sources. So the financing sources are not diverse enough, and this is one of the main challenges that we identified. And lastly, environmental and social challenges, amongst which we can mention the lack of basic infrastructure like energy, telecommunication, and logistics within these territories in order to actually receive the resources that could potentially be injected into that area. These were challenges that were mapped out by way of a methodology in order to articulate them all, and in order to focus particularly in what we could do to trigger a greater impact on this population. We're going to share the method that we used. And what I'd like to highlight is that by targeting these particular points will allow Public Development Bank to create a greater impact on our Amazon, which is the world's lung. In addition, once we've gathered this information and the data through our team and Palladium, we placed a bet and we decided our initial target for 2030 This is an estimate of financing, a sustainable financing demand, which is gathering data of several countries for 2030. We went from general to specific, top-down analysis in order to have a greater target and break it down based on the specific needs of financing of each place. And thirdly, we also broke it down by sector. So top down from general to specific. So our projections for 2030 is a 5% growth. And we believe that by 2030, we will reach $15 billion. So to that end, Brazil's role, Brazil's participation, I believe, is fundamental, as we said at the beginning of this chat, because Brazil has the greatest amount of resources as well. So this target will be leveraged by the banks in Brazil. That is certain. In addition, we have to carry out, we had a projection from our agriculture industry. We believe that it will take 77% of demands from these investments. And of course, this will keep changing year after year. We'll have to readjust and reassess the specific data and compare it with our forecasts in order to improve our mechanisms as these gaps become more become close, more narrow. I would also like to give the floor to Claudia from Bancoldex so she can share with us some details of the situation in Colombia.
Not much time. I think that 3 minutes would be the best, and 1 minute for the other panelists. Okay, thanks so much.
The good thing is that for everybody that knows me, I talk really, really fast. So that will be really helpful now. Bueno, un gusto tenerlos a todos acá. Muchas gracias.
It's a huge pleasure to have you here today. Thank you so much to CAF for hosting this wonderful space and for our colleagues from IDB who are sharing this space. From Bancoldex, as the co-president of this coalition, would like to introduce to you the case in Colombia. Because, of course, this assessment that Mauricio was sharing, our friend from Brazil and the Agrarian Bank, is the general terms of this coalition made up of 7 countries. But what we're trying to do is to do a deep dive into each one of the countries that take part in this coalition. And since we're in Colombia, our host, we'd like to share with you a few figures from Colombia specifically. When it comes to investment flows, we need to understand that for Colombia, 44% of the land is an Amazonian territory, and it only includes 2%, or only 2% of their population lives there. So their population rates are quite low. But in spite of that, we need to protect that 2% of the population living in the Amazon territory. Next, out of $322 million that have been invested as a collective in the region, 265 millions were classified as sustainable by our analysts, as Mauricio was saying. Most of these investments are focused on rural activities in this territory. In addition, as Mauricio was mentioning, we understand this finance flows study as well as the demand assessment. And when it comes to the demand, there's an average of growth average of 9.45% annually. This is a greater rate than the other countries of the coalition. That is to say, in Colombia, we have a forecast that is higher, which is $5.9 million a year. That forecast is focused on services, on that sector. That's the sector we hope in Colombia will grow fastest. In addition, this is an assessment that helps us understand which are the banks involved. We have 5 development banks in Colombia. We have FDN, Findeterra, Banco Agrario, and Banconex. We are the ones who completed these surveys and also the ones granting publicly available information. These were Finagro and Banco Agrario, and Bancoldex, which is the corporate development bank in the country. And this is why, if you pay attention to this, the main flows are focused on agribusinesses because of the mandates behind these banks. And these are the data that we are able to provide. And this is something that we need to take into account, because when we start diving deeper in the assessments done in each one of the countries, perhaps the information we gather there will definitely be different. This is just to give you a general overview, and I'm bearing in mind that we don't have much time. This is a very much snapshot of our country. In our National Development Bank, we protect the Amazon region, and Bancoldex in 2023 invested approximately $6 trillion, and these were invested in the 3 departments of the Colombian Amazon. Our ambition in 2025 and 2026 and 2030 particularly, we'd like to double or triple those figures in order to reach with higher financing, but not just any kind of financing. Financing flows that understand the realities of our territory and that can provide better mechanisms that are not necessarily debt mechanisms, but that can also grant technical assessments so people can fully understand these tools, and so that biodiversity is not harmed as a trade-off. And so we can become that finance branch that helps productive units in our region. So I believe that
Los dejo con un panel.
now you can listen to our wonderful panel afterwards. Thank you.
To invite now Ignacio Lorenzo from CAF, Anderson da Silva Caputo from IDB, and Svetlana Klimenko from World Bank. Thank you for joining us. Because we do not have much time, I'm going to merge the 2 questions and try to speed up here today. The first question, and it will be the only one question. So from an international partner's perspective, what is the added value that you see in the Green Coalition? What this sets apart and becomes an attractive proposition from an investor, concessional, capital provider, and donor perspective, as well as what do you see as opportunities that the Green Coalition should focus on the terms of resource mobilization? Ignacio, you can start, please.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you for your question, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. I know that unfortunately we don't have much time. From CAF's perspective, this week that we had during COP, we launched our strategy for strategic ecosystems that shares the visions for Latin America and the Caribbean. From a social perspective, of course, we are including the Amazon in these great ecosystems, and those ecosystems are a key player in several levels. First, in terms of partnerships that exist in this area, these partnerships are not just of a financial nature, but also alliances with other institutions present in the territory and very knowledgeable of this territory as well. In addition, we want to understand how these ecosystems can create specific conditions for economic instruments and financial instruments. That's our internal analysis within CAF, and that is the one that we have been discussing in terms of the Wind Coalition, on the Green Coalition. This bank alliance, we believe, provides an added value to each one of the parties, enabling that perspective of the Amazon from a sustainable point of view. So also echoing what my colleague said earlier, we can understand how the financial flows can be injected into the sustainable actions through an analysis of its taxonomy. How can we detect new opportunities of new investments in sectors that perhaps are hidden and that could potentially need further financings to be developed? If I'm if I, off the top of my head, I can think of bioeconomy, which is something that came up during the G20 as well. And thirdly, when it comes to the international financing and through specific analysis like taxonomy analysis, how can we attract that international investment and distribute it to the partner banks that are working on the ground? So that collective strengthening abilities, knowledge, capacities, having a strategic view from the point of view of ecosystems and its characteristics, I think is what places a difference in this initiative to all the partners, not only at financial level, but also local, governmental, and private sector partners. We are pleased to be part of this coalition, and thank you for your time. Anderson, adelante.
For me, it's always a great pleasure to be talking about the coalition. No? Since from the beginning, like this question of what's the added value, no? We saw that as a huge opportunity. It's just like this is the type of initiative that gets me really, with great hopes. Now, we in a very short period of time, we got 17 banks together, now of development banks in the region, and then we also teamed up now as international development partners. Now, which is the big ask that everybody has. Now, how can you actually come full force, multilateral development banks? What we can bring, no, especially the convening power, the international access we have, etc. And then through the capillarity of the 17 banks from 6 countries, really map now what is needed in the region. So this is very unique. No, you don't find it like anywhere, I would say. Now, and in the speed that was done, like we started that in Belém in August last year. We have an action plan of 2 years, and we're here already talking with very substantive numbers, the mapping now of what's being done. So this is critical to provide unified regional impact, scalability, because you're finding like not what single of each of these banks are doing, but what are the gaps? What is the footprint in the Amazon? What is it that is not being covered? And that gives us the direction on where to go. No? And the other part that's quite relevant is that by having this interaction, and we all became friends, no, in the development banks, and we tell what we're doing, etc. We start caring like what are the good experiences, right? What can be like replicated in a much
listen to what these two gentlemen has already said, so I will just highlight a few points. First, we actually are surprised that this kind of coalition has not been set up earlier. Because if you look at the totality of the development landscape, you realize that the international financial institutions, we are sort of somewhere there, not on the clouds, but not exactly on the ground, right? And then there is this massive network connected to the local knowledge, local needs, and local projects. So first point, it's absolutely timely and it was overdue, and kudos to BNDS and for the Inter-American Development Bank for making this happen. Second, we believe that ultimately every member of this coalition is going to benefit in their own way. For it's not only about money, right? It's also about internal capacity building. So, and it is in everybody's interest to have the network of the national development banks, which have comparable capacity across the countries, right? We don't want BNDS to be the only one to shine, right? We want all national development banks to be known to the world, to be known to the donors. So the third and last point is about resources mobilization. So ultimately, what donors, whether it is sovereign donors, whether it's investors, private sector investors, are interested more than anything is impact on the ground. So if you were to go and do fundraising, I guarantee you that the winning project will be the one which will be able to demonstrate that A, there is connection to the concrete activities, and B, there is impact, measurable impact. So, and who would be able to know where the impact is coming from better than the national development banks? So there is a huge value proposition when it comes to increasing the fundraising and mobilization of resources from both sovereign donors and the private sector. So I'll stop here, and great to be here with all of you. So thank you.
Thank you, Svetlana. So we have the end of our panel. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Hola, muy buenas, ¿qué tal? El próximo evento estará comenzando en
Hello, everyone. We will get started with our next session in a few minutes, so please take a seat.
Hi, hello everyone. Welcome, please take a seat. Event will be starting now. My name is Rolando Andrade, and let me welcome to this event, recognizing the value of Latin American and the Caribbean strategic ecosystems, challenges to the development of biodiversity credits. So this event will have a mixed format. We will start with some opening remarks from our team and from Atlantic Council, who are co-organizers. Then we will have a first panel in English about worldwide lessons on biodiversity credits, and then we will go on to a presentation by our manager on the role that CAF has in biodiversity credits, and a panel with experts from the region. This second part will be taking place in Spanish, and we have translation available if you need it. So, allow me to welcome first Alicia Montalvo to the stage to make these opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning to everyone. Just to welcome you here to the CAF Pavilion. We have today one session that is really very important and very crucial for us, and I think for the COP discussions. Has to do with the financing and how to mobilize new financing through innovative instruments. The biodiversity credits or certificates are creating a lot of expectation, many discussions. So we would like here to have an exchange of views and also to present a little bit our position on that. And happy to have you here. You have coffee, and please enjoy our pavilion, our mangrove. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. Now, allow me to welcome Jorge Gastelumendi, Senior Director of the Climate Resilience Center from the Atlantic Council.
Thank you, and thank you, Alicia, for the invitation and the partnership for this event. I'm pleased to be part of this conversation today. 21 years ago, I was living in Caracas working for CAF. When CAF had this bold idea of creating the Programa Latinoamericano del Carbono, PLAC. I don't know if anybody was around that time with CAF when that happened. I worked with Felipe Jaramillo, María Teresa Sauer, Jorge Barrick, a set of people that have gone to do other things over time. But what I wanted to reflect is that CAF saw an opportunity 20 plus years ago on the carbon markets, and they went bold into it. They just, broke the mold. People were still wrapping around their heads around carbon offsets. It was the only, besides the World Bank prototype carbon fund, the PLAC was the only other carbon program around the world for any multilateral or regional bank. And CAF proved to be that. If any lessons could be learned from the past 20 years, and this, I'm just going to create a bit of waves here today, is that the conversation needs to be all of the above. Like, we're going to talk today about biodiversity credits, but there have been so many things that have been tried over time, from offsets to credits to bonds, payment for environmental services in Mexico, in Costa Rica, in all of our countries in the region. We've tried debt swaps. And we are working a lot on insurance. Let's not put insurance away, both in parametric insurance for mangroves or seagrass or coral reefs. So the conversation today, it's important to focus on biodiversity credits and try to understand really well what it is and what is not, what needs to be better based on the lessons learned from others, but also should be a conversation about all of the above. We need to think of finance for nature and climate as a basket of solutions, not just one silver bullet. And I'll leave you with one reflection is, at the end of the day, for us to deal with a finance challenge that we have around biodiversity and climate change, the instruments are going to be needed. But what we really need, and that's a lesson from the past 20 years or so, is that we need to internalize the environmental externalities, negative externalities. We need to internalize the climate risks as part of our decision-making process. If both businesses and public sector fully internalize that when they are thinking through their projects, then we have a solution of mobilizing trillions of dollars that are going to be aligned with the needs and the objectives that we have. If we don't do that, then all the instruments that we can create in the world will never be enough. So I'll leave you there, and happy conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. Thank you, Jorge. I agree with you, Jorge. We need to lay some conceptual groundwork to discuss about this topic in the region. So for that purpose, I will welcome to the stage Manesh Lakul, the Global Coordinator from the Biodiversity Credit Alliance, and Alessandro Valentini, Lead for Nature Innovating Finance from the World Economic Forum. These are two of the most relevant institutions working on the topic right now. So we are happy to have them here. And Ignacio Lorenzo, our Director for Technical Advisory in Biodiversity and Climate, will be moderating this panel.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to have you here, Alejandro Manes. Thank you so much for joining us today. We have to go speed up on our discussions today this morning, but I just want to start with you, Alessandro, and we would like to present a question that allow us to have the conceptual groundwork for the session. And I may see this may seem as an easy question, but it has some complexities because of the kind of an alphabet soup, as we say it in a region. So what is the biodiversity credit and how it differs from a carbon credit and a biodiversity offset? Please, Alessandro.
Thanks, Ignacio. It's a pleasure to be here, and I feel that at this point of the second week of COP, everyone has heard so much about biodiversity credit. So the concept, I feel, it's starting to get more and more around. But what really is a biodiversity credit? And I know that BCA has come up with a definition, but it really is a unit that demonstrates an uplift and a positive outcome in biodiversity. What that means that uplift, it can be generated through either conservation, restoration, or sustainable management of land or sea. The difference with the carbon market, it's for me, it's quite clear. Not only in the projects, because I think that some project will eventually develop biodiversity and carbon credits, then bundling or sucking them together. But the difference here is it's conceptual. That the carbon market is generating a commodity, because a unit of carbon is a unit of carbon everywhere. But a unit of biodiversity is not a unit of biodiversity. We don't have that unit of biodiversity that can be traded. And we've heard yesterday, for example, in the Pavilion, that these are not going to be globally traded credits. But what we're talking about here is investing in an asset, really, in a certificate that can demonstrate that you're supporting and contributing toward a positive outcome. Now, where the confusion for me comes a lot of the time is with the biodiversity offsets. And I do think that even us that are deep into this discussion, sometimes we debate and we try to understand and advance the conversation around that. But really, the concept is that a biodiversity offset is site-based, is very local. And if anyone tells you that we don't need biodiversity offsets, there's a problem, because there is no future in which we are not impacting nature. Any infrastructure project, any development that we will have to do for continue our development as a society in all the countries will impact nature. There is no nature positive future itself or business. There is only contributing toward nature positive future. And so offsets are needed, and they are locally specific. They require like for like and equivalence in the metric that pinpoint the biodiversity uplift. While the biodiversity credits, when are used for offset, they have those requirements. But where they are not used for offset, when they are used for all the other use cases, they don't require the like for like and that equivalence, meaning that the metrics can also be a little bit more easy to demonstrate, and that you're just contributing as a company, as an investor, to that uplift.
Thank you so much, Alessandro. And now going to you, Manish. And we know the Biodiversity Credit Alliance was launched almost 2 years ago, and great work has already been done, and to establish a credible and scalable market for biodiversity credits. What would you say were the main lessons you already reached after these 2 years, and what are the challenges and good practice that you think will affect or be more relevant for Latin America and the Caribbean region? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Inicio. I mean, for colleagues who are here who are not aware of the Biodiversity Credit Alliance, it is a UN-supported or facilitated international voluntary alliance of different groups of stakeholders, really focused on, well, bringing integrity issues, equity issues, inclusion issues, and also the dimension of innovation into the market, so that we can have a robust market that can channel funds, especially private sector funds, towards the GBF targets. So in these past 2 years, or almost 2 years, not yet fully 2 years, we've been working hard, and we have lots of members. Right now, it's a 500 member institutional member body. And we have a task force, which is comprised of, again, diverse groups of stakeholders, from scientists to, suppliers to buyers to also indigenous peoples and local communities. And we have established a specific body, an independent body to engage with indigenous peoples and local communities, called the Communities Advisory Panel. And what's interesting is, after coming to COP, the CAP, as we call it, Communities Advisory Panel, has decided to just reincarnate themselves and call themselves international eco-guardians of indigenous peoples and local communities. And then they are trying to focus beyond just biodiversity credits into the overall nature markets. But that's very good for us, because where we facilitated their establishment, now they are growing beyond that to a slightly higher level, and they want to be anchored even within UNDP, moving from 2025 onwards. And then we have a forum which is, brings all the different stakeholders together. At this moment, 500 members, close to 500 members. And this is where we have a kind of a platform to engage with the community, to really dissipate the knowledge that's coming from our work, plus also bring the kind of work that's happening in the space through presentations and through webinars and workshops and whatnot. So how we've been working for the past 2 years is, now we have these communities, the 3 different structures. We create working groups to really sit on each topic that we have come out with. And this is, again, a diverse group which brings in people from the task force, from the Communities Advisory Panel, or IEG from now onwards, and then the forum, to really delve deeper into the topic and come up with their voices. And so the lessons learned from this process is, of course, integrity is key. And I think we can get integrity through, of course, the inclusion, with the focus that we need to have equity in the marketplace. And we can achieve that through innovation as the base layer. If, for instance, we can have a digitally native market, we may be able to create perhaps a trustless system, because we are in a situation where there is still lack of trust, and we would like to help bridge that trust through the approach that we have within BCA. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Manish. Very interesting on the rebranding of the group. It's amazing. It's amazing. I understand that is also an issue that has come up very hard, very strong on this COP. The idea of communities and indigenous peoples and Afro-descendants as well. So it's great to hear that. Coming back to you, Alessandro, biodiversity credits are indeed a great tool to channel additional funding for the achievement of the GBF. What are you seeing in the market and in the landscape? What are the main demand drivers for biodiversity credits? And if you can provide us with some insights into the frameworks and business cases that are being developed to foster that participation for the private sector in this mechanism.
Yeah, so I mean, you have a good point when you say that they are good instruments. We still have to see that demand at scale up for now, but the interest is overwhelming. We've seen it this week. And I think the interest comes from the opportunity that lies behind the credit. The market is currently quite small on the voluntary side. On the voluntary side, Pollination is telling us 1.8 million. Bloomberg NEF is telling us 1 million. So the numbers on the voluntary side are quite small. And it seemed like one of the biggest drivers will be the regulatory pushes that will come and will make this market viable. We did some work last year to understand which drivers, and we identified some sort of internal and external drivers. The internal are really if your company is mission driven and want to contribute to the global biodiversity framework. And the second internal driver that is the one that has some of the biggest opportunities is the insetting part. Really working across your value chain, across your supply chain, to with your supplier to improve their work on projects. And so insetting will allow company to actually safeguard those ecosystem services and nature contribution to people that they rely on for their day-to-day business. On the other side, on the external side, regulatory pushes will be definitely the biggest driver. And we need those actually if we want to get this market to the scale needed. We need those governance structures and architecture that creates the trust that you were saying, Manesh, for the buyers to get in at scale. And then, of course, there's access to finance as another one that I've seen a lot of interest for. So even business that can demonstrate that they are contributing to nature will have better access to finance. There is, of course, in terms of use cases as well, the contribute or substantiating carbon strategy while biodiversity and nature strategies are being developed. So I see a number in the whole spectrum, a number of opportunities, but it seems like the insetting part from voluntary side and the regulatory pushes from the others could be the biggest ones and where the biggest opportunities are.
Thank you very much, Alessandro. And going on to the last question, Manish. The BCA has been working on demand side motivations a long time ago, and you almost presented a year ago a paper discussing this. You also have been done additional research and also presenting some conclusions here at COP. And what we think, what would be the key topics and that should be addressed on the demand side, and what comes next?
Yeah, so at BCA, I mean, our intention has been really to listen to the community and be driven by the community's interests or the demands or the needs. And in that case, of course, WEF has come up with their own paper as well, almost the same time, on demand sources and motivations. And we very much are aligned in terms of that. And that's what motivated us to even work a lot more closer. And now with the working groups, we are really looking at having the World Economic Forum as one of the partners, potentially with the International Advisory Panel on Biodiversity Credits, which is UK, France government supported initiative as well. So we are really working closely on these matters, that how we can send the right signal to the market, that we are all coherent, aligned, and our interests are the same, to see a credible, a transparent, and a scalable market emerge from this. So in terms of the papers that we have produced, the first one was the demand side motivation, sources and motivations. But to be very honest, our interest was more to get the first paper as the definition of biodiversity credit that Alessandro mentioned. But as you know, I mean, it's still a kind of contentious topic, and we spent like 12 months and 3 different iterations. And I saw a colleague here who actually led the working group on the definition of biodiversity credit. But it really took time for us to... So we came up with a demand side paper first as the kind of indication of, yes, there are potential sources of demand. But also we came up with the paper on review mechanisms for supply side integrity and quality in the market. And that really came up with a set of recommendations. And one of the first recommendations was that we need a set of high-level principles to help govern the market for integrity. And that was what we worked on jointly with the World Economic Forum and IAPB, which was presented here. There was also another recommendation that we need to work on an assessment framework. Now, the WEF came up with their high-level principles back in 2022 in the CBD COP15 as a consultation paper. And what we did was, rather than reinventing the wheel, we literally took that as the base. And then since then, there have been multiple different sets of principles out there from various standards, various institutions. So we incorporated them, including the ones from the carbon space, like ICVCM and so on, to really come up with a synthesized product, which was very widely consulted as well. And now it's been presented, so it's available for everyone to, really delve into it. We plan to launch it in Davos during the World Economic Forum annual meeting. And the reason we could not launch it is because the community felt they needed a little bit more time to really, take it apart and see that, the language that's used is sort of watertight, that there are no possible chances of misinterpretations and so on. So we're like, okay, fair enough. If the community doesn't feel they're ready to release the paper, then we can go with a kind of a draft paper, present it, and then we'll finalize it for the Davos, when we will have a complementing product on demand integrity. Because high-level principles, of course, are governing the market, but we need some extra set of requirements or, let's say, guidance on ensuring demand integrity. So moving on, what's next then? One of the recommendations from the review mechanism was also an integrity mechanism for this space. For instance, ICVCM governs the carbon market. So what kind of integrity mechanism should we have in place for this space? And that's the consultation that will be kicking off soon to really get the concept. And we've been talking, of course, to ICVCM as well, that maybe they would want to expand into biodiversity credit space as well. But that's another conversation for another day. But I know they are quite busy as well. But we want to kickstart that conversation and see where it would be. Would it be BCA? The current structure of BCA doesn't allow that. The way it's resourced will not make it happen as well. But we want to set that conversation into motion so that we can come up with that. The other part, as I mentioned, the assessment framework, then of course we need to start engaging with governments. And we haven't been able to do that. And that's what we intend to do moving forward. There is quite a bit of conversation, including the one we had here 3 days back in the CAF Pavilion on metrics and measurements, that how we can bring a bit more clarity to the buyers in terms of all the different metrics that the different methodologies are coming out with for biodiversity quantification. And then how can it be linked to the reporting that the buyers are having, the different indicators. So what kind of connection we can have there. So that kind of clarity we're working on as well. And then, of course, a lot of other things that's due, like people are coming up and saying, what's the role of insurance in this space, for instance? So it's endless, but we will listen to the community. What are the next steps that we need to take? What are the key immediate steps that we need to take to bring immediate clarity? But we really want to ensure there is integrity, and that, as I had a chat with the Assistant Secretary General of UNDP, Marcus Nato, who's joined us here, and I was asking him what is his thoughts about this market, how should we proceed? And his words were very much like something he normally doesn't say. He said, slow and cautious, because that's what I think we need to do, is to go slow, but we make sure that it happens right, because we can't, have a false start this time. Thank you.
Definitely, Manish. And before we go to next panel, and we will be listening to leading experts on finance and biodiversity in the region, and thinking forward in terms of the LAC region being this amazing biodiversity powerhouse. In one short statement from each of you, what do you think would be the most relevant issue that we need to take care on building on biodiversity credits for Latin America and the Caribbean? Alessandro, please.
Yeah, I'll start to say maybe, first of all, I see so much opportunities here in these regions, in the Caribbean, because biodiversity credits are not only about forests, but they are also about all the other ecosystems that we have. Here in Colombia, the paramos are spectacular. The coral reef in the Caribbean. So I see a lot of opportunities. And I think what needs to happen, it's what Manesh just said, is like, let's make it work right. So for me, that is, let's do partnerships. Let's make partnerships with the communities on the ground so that they emerge as grassroots projects. And that can create the trust in businesses, and that can correct some of the wrongdoings that were done with the carbon market.
Yeah, that's, of course, a very important question. And as the concept note lists, that the 60% of the biodiversity of the world is in the LAC region. And then 6 out of 17 mega diverse countries are in this region. So there is absolutely, critical to look into those tolls. Again, we need to be careful that biodiversity credits are not, again, keep repeating the same thing, are not a panacea or a silver bullet to the biodiversity crisis that we have. But nevertheless, it's a tool that we can really use in appropriately, and it can really channel the funds to the communities. Like now the communities are making voices for the direct access to finance, and it could as well be a tool to channel that funding to the communities. But having said that, of course, LAC is a very diverse country, and now we know CAF has become a member of the BCA with the intention to really carry out the guidance and help spur the market in Latin American and the Caribbean countries. So what I really see is that, for instance, from 2025, what we are doing is working very closely with UNDP's Biofin program, which has been working on 41 countries, but now we will have 132 countries. So we will start with a handful of countries, maybe 5, 6 countries, to look into the readiness of the countries for the market. Because for the carbon space, we did not have that, right? When the market came into existence, there were no structures in place. No one was prepared, and it went the way it did. But we do not want that to happen. So we already want to start working on that level. And that's where I think CAF could come in, perhaps to really take forward that kind of readiness, and then also investing in putting all those safeguards in place, but also supporting the projects following the high level principles that we are putting forward as well.
Manesh Lacour, Global Coordinator from BCA, Alessandro Valentini, Lead Innovation Finance for Nature WEF. Thank you both so much for being here.
Thank you so much for the first panel. I will be switching to English, so if anyone needs translation, please take one of the devices. There are some outside for that purpose. Gracias, Manesh, por tu...
Thank you, Manesh, for your wonderful comments on the role that CAF could have. And we will welcome Alicia Montalvo to share the role of CAF on credits on biodiversity, and she will lead this panel with experts of the region. This panel has been incredibly interesting, and I believe this places wonderful recommendations on the table and highlights the core aspects of our strategy. We would like to share with you briefly why we would like to work on biodiversity certificates and biodiversity credits, taking into account all these caveats that have been mentioned. Here's my presentation covering the main aspects to bridge the financing gap and our market strategy for environmental assets, because of course we analyze these credits together with the carbon credits. And we'd also like to talk about the challenges that we're facing and the way that we would like to work, taking into account that we are a development bank for Latin America and the Caribbean that has invested a lot and bet on this ecosystem approach. I'm sure that you are very much aware of this, but perhaps a quick reminder, we are facing a very big financing gap, and in the past few days we have conducted multiple negotiations in order to advance in these efforts, in order to attain the goals that we set 2 years ago. And of course we have received several contributions under the Global Diversity Framework, as well as the announcements given yesterday. I think that this is all wonderful news, but of course in order to meet these targets and to bridge the gap, we need to keep working hard, particularly in the reduction and actually the removal of grants. This is something that was stated last year. In fact, International Conservation is working on that. One of our representatives will be joining the panel. And within this context, we have created these commitments, and these were announced in this pavilion and other sessions as well. We want to become the key partners of this financing process. At the end of the day, CAF is in the South-South financing process. And this is worth reminding because this is something that we not always remind everyone. We're a Latin American bank for Latin America, so we work and collaborate with financial allies and partners and green funds. So we conduct all these efforts so that financing is channeled from these countries into these countries. And these priorities have already been outlined and defined. And I know that these countries are also taking part of this this discussion. We have committed 40% of our financing to green targets by next year. And here we have our panel. And we have stated that 10% of our financing for 2030 will be allocated to biodiversity. This is the projection that we have laid out. And of course, we have to keep working in the development of taxonomies and identifying projects under the methods that we've already announced. And that is why we are urgently mobilizing $300 million for a regional program on ecosystems, or strategic ecosystems. In terms of the blue economy, we have another commitment. We are placing ourselves as the relevant agent for financing. And I also believe that this will trigger a relevant change in the way that we work. Within this context, given that we are a relevant financial actor, we are working to draft our environmental asset strategy. A lot has been said about carbon credits, and we know that this is a relevant tool to ensure the just energy transition. We are also very much aware of the fact that there are several limitations, especially around carbon credits linked to reforestation. But we feel responsible to keep working with all these countries so this very powerful tool can be used and employed in a way that we believe has to be done within integrity, institutionality, and impact, the 3 I's. And of course, the transparency aspect should be present as well. These are our mantras, our basic principles, and we work under these. We're working on 3 main areas. Institutional strengthening. I think that many countries have very specific structures of environmental assets, but other countries need strengthening. We are working with technical cooperation and training. And in terms of knowledge, last year in Dubai, we submitted our strategy, of course, with pilot projects. But it's worth mentioning that we are working with the main stakeholders on these topics, with NIETA, ECMI, ICBCM. I believe that the partnership amongst these stakeholders is fundamental, and to avoid fragmentation, this is one of the criticisms that the environmental asset market has received, and to work as the coordinators and work alongside these stakeholders. Within this context, we are developing our strategy in order to focus on biodiversity credit mechanisms. We believe that, as Vanessa was mentioning earlier, we have to be cautious and slowly. So these are the 2 things that are quite counterintuitive. We are always told to say everything quick and urgently, but no, we want to go against that slowly and gently with caution. And what are the challenges? Well, this is not standardized as with carbon credits. We have to identify the minimum requirements. We've been discussing the metrics, and in fact, we had a BCA session, this Alliance for the Biodiversity Credits. We talked about the metrics, and several reports were presented as well. But these metrics need to take into account the specific aspects of each one of the countries. Of course, these metrics can be comparable, but they need to be adapted. This is one of the greatest challenges that we have, and that is one of the reasons why we need to take this slowly. In addition, there is a major gap in scientific knowledge in those development regions where we are aiming to work at. And this is something that we haven't mentioned before. There's an information bias. There are ecosystems where there are several stakeholders, several organizational institutional powers, and there are other ecosystems that are still unknown, where data has not been gathered and stakeholders are not involved. That's why in our strategic ecosystem approach, we have identified 14 priority ecosystems, and we would also like to focus on those ecosystems that are not as popular. We, of course, work in the Amazon, and in fact, this morning we've been working with the Green Coalition, but there are other ecosystems where we haven't gathered as much data on metrics. So this is something that should definitely be taken into account when discussing these instruments. We also have limited capacities. This is a new subject, a new and complex topic, and sometimes it's not accessible, particularly to those collectives that we want to reach out to, where we can find biodiversity, the indigenous communities, Afro-descendant communities, communities of campesinos. So we must develop an understandable even language, and we can't come across as we're making this up, or these financial assets, and people will let to believe that they will be displaced or their wealth taken away. So we have to be very cautious. We have been extremely cautious with carbon credits, but I believe that we need to be even more so when it comes to biodiversity credits. And lastly, we need to change the governance structure to ensure that communities are actually an active part of this process, not just beneficiaries, but are an active parts and stakeholders that must be involved from day one. There is not considerable political interest in biodiversity. Of course, we've heard a lot of people talking about this, but I'm sure that both me and you will go back to your countries and will be met with a bit of lack of interest. So that's why some of these investments must be prioritized. Something else that we have discussed and that our panel will delve into is the subject of demand, because as well as with carbon, the fact we know that there is a cap in emissions and that creates a market for carbon credits. When it comes to biodiversity, we must understand that without commitments by the governments and companies in their self-regulatory mechanisms, then the demand won't actually be detected either. So this is quite a challenge. How can we turn this into an attractive asset? Therefore, our strategy is as follows. We would like to focus on being part of global partnerships. I think this is something we're already achieving. We're very proud of our advancement, and we're part of the Biodiversity Credit Alliance. We would like to thank everyone involved in this initiative. Last week, we also took part in one of their events. Of course, we have to work with guidelines, methods, and pilot projects, and we do have that capacity and the resources available, and we will keep working together with the best partners. Working in connected systems, this is what we know, that biodiversity loss and valuing biodiversity is not something new. Ecosystem services have been deemed important in other programs. So we must support these existing efforts. And of course, we ought to work with every country in order to assess and quantify demand and create the necessary tools and records to achieve this. We believe that our role is both as facilitator as well as enablers, but we need to encourage this and foster these alliances and partnerships. First of all, we need to promote demand. We must create these assets so the demand of certificates for biodiversity is created, or we want for the biodiversity to be supported in communities and countries by way of creating this demand. So this is a positive demand we are referring to, because we believe that this will have a positive impact on development. And of course, we also work on the supply side, which we know is fundamental in order to ensure that our operations are comprehensive. And lastly, we support countries to identify these priority areas in key ecosystem, and as a result, to create this supply. We will be pleased to share these comments and ideas during our panel discussion. And this was just a way of introduction. So I would like to invite our guests to join the panel discussion. We have Patricia Zurita, who is the strategy director of CEO of Conservation International, Brigitte Baptiste, who's the Dean of the University EAN from Colombia. And lastly, Hernando Garcia Martinez, Director of the Humboldt Institute. I'm not sure if he is here today, but if not, we will start our discussion with our panel. We will be holding this in Spanish. And once again, I'd like to thank you for visiting this pavilion, which is your home. We really appreciate your presence here today. Once again, thank you for joining us here today. I believe that both of you have a lot of experience and a very strong background in public organizations, academia, and the reality of biodiversity in Latin America and the Caribbean. Therefore, I believe that that experience is extremely valuable in order to enforce these innovative tools that are also yet new tools that we want to implement at a financial level. My question for Patricia is, what do you think about this instrument? What kind of potential do you believe this has in this biodiversity-rich region? Thank you very much, Alicia, for your kind words, not just for having us as guests today, but also to explain as a regional bank, to showcase that you have a real interest in this topic, and that changes the energy around this topic, especially around the multilateral banking sector. Let's start by the beginning. This is something that Rolando and Jorge mentioned at the beginning of this panel. Latin America is the most biodiverse region in the world, period. So if we can't achieve this in our region, then we're doomed. And as Jorge mentioned, the biodiversity credits and the biodiversity unit market is yet another tool to bridge this gap on financing of biodiversity. You saw the graphs that Alicia showed. Biodiversity is complaining. There is at least 700 trillion American dollars as a gap. We are financing a mere 150 trillion dollars a year, and this is not enough. So, of course, we need to revert and amend and redesign the subsidies that are destroying nature. And this is a great campaign that has been leveraged during this conference. But we also need to identify new ways to attract nature funds. And as you said, biodiversity credits are yet another tool that could serve this purpose. Once again, we must be cautious and we need to move slowly. Yesterday, when we launched the IAPB guidelines, for the first time, a big group of scientists, representatives of indigenous communities, of non-governmental sectors gathered in order to start thinking about these guardrails, these guidelines that could help us start thinking about this tool and to try it out. First of all, we need to acknowledge that this is not an easy task, and I'm sure that we will make several mistakes. There's a lot we can learn from the carbon market, but the biodiversity market will never be the same as the carbon market. This is a very local market, and we must invest at a local level in order to create these local transfer of knowledge. We need to ensure. So this is a new market. We are creating something new. No one knows what to do from square one, but the important thing here is to start moving forward. Something that Alicia said is that the way that we consider these biodiversity credits is they are an extraordinary opportunity to appreciate the role that local communities, indigenous communities, and Afro-descendant communities play in protecting and preserving the biodiversity resources of this region and other parts of the world. Currently, there are no schemes enabling them to access these benefits for the services that they are providing, not only in the region, but for the rest of the world. They are providing services of protection and safeguarding the resources. So this is a wonderful opportunity for all these people to become a shareholder rather than a beneficiary. So they become real actors, real stakeholders of this financing process for biodiversity. In addition, we must remember that although we're moving slowly and cautiously, we should be able to provide examples to account for what we're doing. These examples should range from areas in which biodiversity is untouched and there is no development. So indigenous territories that Yawas in Peru, for example, or the peoples in Ecuador in the Yasuni that are very remote and are not contacted people. So where we won't have exchange schemes, we need to acknowledge the value of biodiversity that you can be found there. And on the other hand, the environmental services that the mangroves are providing to agriculture and climate resiliency. There is a wide range of options and schemes, and I would like to start seeing pilot projects identifying a variety of sites that can actually account for and illustrate how this could work. I'm sorry, I know I'm running out of time, so I do apologize, but I want to add one more thing. I see around this room and I see members of, I look around this room and I see members of CAF and multilateral banks. How do you invest in a bank, in a bridge? Yesterday, Mariana shared an analogy and I will borrow it. When you invest in building a bridge, each bridge is different from one another. Obviously, they will have different extensions. Their design will differ. There will be different materials. They will be connecting different communities. But nevertheless, although all bridges are different, and a bridge in Ecuador is very different to a bridge in Japan, at the end of the day, we're investing in a bridge. So that is the main goal of this biodiversity market. We are investing in the value that nature has to us, even if we can't exchange the one in Japan with the one in Ecuador. We are investing in the value that biodiversity is providing at a local and a global level without having to swap these. This is not an exchangeable, a fungible value. We need to ensure that this can be done. And this is something we have already done. The infrastructure that you invest in uses the exact same method. We need to acknowledge the local value of biodiversity. Thank you. Thank you so much, Patricia. In fact, we are working in pilot projects in the Amazon and in the Patagonian area. We have been working on blue certificates in Paramos, in the different landscapes, in the Atlantic shrubbery. Thank you very much. And I'd love to be able to share the floor with Patricia. I believe that the biodiversity credits will be a wonderful opportunity to separate the idea from just separate the idea of that biodiversity just means protecting species or biological wealth. This might sound quite contradictory, but I am tired of these 1900 species per territory and of this competition of who has the greatest orchids or the highest number of palm trees. This is just for marketing purposes, and this is distorting the goal that we need to attend, it doesn't help us identify the role that biodiversity has in sustaining the life in these territories. So I believe that biodiversity credits can help redirect these investments by private sectors as well as the public management sectors in order to redesign those areas in which we know that the species will thrive. So biodiversity in terms of species is just an indicator of the collateral benefit, but is not a definition of the goal of the investments, because we have spent millions of dollars trying to save the dogs or to save the seals. Of course, in the emergency cases, we require those funds to conduct those specific conservation actions or to carry out the research. You need to determine the viability of a project to preserve a specific species. But in general terms, biodiversity is disconnected from the production, the creation of benefits for human communities. And of course, although this might sound a bit human-centered, it is very hard to turn the whole of humanity in the guardians and the stewards of biodiversity unless they receive specific benefits. So we tend to carry out a self-destructive behavior unless we feel a direct connection with, for example, quality of life or well-being. So I believe that there is an important point there to take into account when we discuss bonds or these financial instruments.
Tal vez más adelante en
I could give a few examples, but we can discuss it in another question. Okay, I really love hearing you and see this shift in regarding biodiversity is occurring here quite significantly. I feel it that way in our discussions. And for us as a development bank, we want to know your opinion. How can we get started? We have a lot of gaps in terms of financing, training, how to get to know what the needs are and the metrics. So, how do you think an institution such as CAF can start working? Where should we start working? Well, I believe that you are giving a very important signal to the rest of the multilateral bank sector. You're supporting two things. One has to do with the fact you're interested in the demand on biodiversity credits and you want to um, set it up in the different ecosystems that you have prioritized. But something else that I think is very important, and I think we need to focus on because we are in the course of developing it, is the support with technical assistance so we can push these projects forward. The conservation sector has worked in many of these spaces for many years. La Pedrera, for example, we are we have started investing in this site for 20 years or 20 years ago. We are also working with the indigenous communities that are restoring the forests that are fishing the pirarucu and other species. And I agree with your point on spending funds specifically for species. But at this point, we want to make sure we manage the system. So on your side, the fact that you can demand those credits and give signals to the market that you are the first doing it, and this is super important, we appreciate it a lot. The other thing has to do with recognizing what you just said. We have gaps in terms of training, in terms of design. We need resources, and those resources are not always found in regular philanthropy because this didn't exist before. So I believe that as first takers, CAF can support in terms of technical assistance. The pilots will start moving forward, and I believe that we will start learning about being credit generators. Okay, so we are on the right track. So both of you attended, Brigitte and Patricia, in the presentation of our methodology for identifying priority projects for ecosystems. So, in line with this, do you see the opportunity of linking a technical project with tools of biodiversity certification? How can we work for each ecosystems to have their adequate metrics? Well, the tool that you presented last week already, I think, helps focus sectors, and it helps understand what the transformation processes are for ecosystems, and this can be approached directly with other partners, because what we are talking about here is the need of bringing resources to productive processes or productive stakeholders that are about to consider biodiversity as part of their processes. It could be coming from infrastructure, from urban development, or agriculture. They know that they have a specific responsibility. If they don't move forward, they will deteriorate their own economic activity. So, therefore, they would be benefited from restructuring their business, so to speak. So, this tool allows us a lot to identify what's fundamental. We know the quality and access to water is what's more important, and it will take a while for us to restore water sources, clean rivers and lagoons. So all their potential can be leveraged and could bring benefits for the communities. But there's a business behind that. There's a good business for biodiversity and for human beings. I think that's the criterion that bond investments should have. We are trying to increase the ecological profitability of investments, if I'm allowed to say. This is being nature positive for biodiversity in a sense. So we need to know and measure what we are gaining. I love the ecological profitability concept. I'm going to borrow that from you, as Patricia was saying. So, one last question, and it has to do with something we were discussing before. It has to do with demand. How can we also be demand activators? This is something we also discussed in our prior panel, because we know methodologies and other aspects, but what do we need to do to get to this ecological profitability? Well, today I was invited to a panel on productive landscapes in the south of the Americas, in Bolivia, Uruguay, north of Argentina, and Brazil, where there's an initiative that has been working for 20 years trying to integrate biodiversity in forestry production systems, food production, sustainable livestock. But there's a big gap, despite there being NGOs and universities and technical guidelines. People say, well, it's hard for me to transform my productive system. So the transition towards these systems will likely depend on biodiversity bonds. I would go to production unions. I would try to come up with a strategy for forestry producers, farmers, communities, and indigenous peoples, of course. And I would also reach out to the construction sector, infrastructure sector, that are starting to get more committed with regenerative infrastructures. a bridge has additional costs, but also benefits that come from gathering the cement, the infrastructural works with ecological safety in the territories. It's a regenerative pathway that not only offsets their environmental impact, but also undertakes additional responsibilities in the ground. So I think that we will see a good demand coming out of these financial capacities. We will work on that. Thank you for your recommendation. What about you, Patricia? Well, if I were CAF, you are practically, I would do two things. Number one, you made a pledge because 30% of yours is going to go into green investments. Actually, 40. Well, that's even better. So when we are investing on this, for example, you have a project in Guayaquil, in my country, that's on energy transition in an area that's incredibly important in terms of mangroves and wetlands. So, what if a percentage of that can generate credits, and maybe with governments or companies, they can start also buying those credits? That's the in setting we were discussing before. I think that the second thing I would do if I were CAF, you have a private investment portfolio, and the private sector will play an important role, a vital role in this process. And we were discussing our restoration project we have with them in Brazil, besides carbon credits generation. That's a restoration project. So, what if we start thinking of the generation of biodiversity credits? Because we have the restoration of native forests and we are recovering a lot of system and services. And sometimes we have degraded lands and we cannot provide those services. So these private investments supported by banks like yours can create or bring the return on investment, but also the return on carbon and biodiversity. So I think that if we integrate the concept and the value of biodiversity credits into that portfolio you already have, this will bring a lot of good results in terms of supply, but it will start generating that demand that will allow us to mobilize that market. That sounds excellent. We also take your word. We are already working in the process for biodiversity to be identified as a component, but I feel that that first step is vital and we will be there. I don't know if we have 5 minutes left. Is there any questions you want to ask? Thank you very much for all three of you for your presentation. I'm Nicolás Kivigliani from Chile, from the University of Chile. We talk about mangroves, forests, oceans, seas, but Latin America also has deserts. And what I am proposing now is that those of us who work with local communities in the Atacama Desert as a model, we can think of the desert as a biodiversity space where there are also local communities there. And I liked what Brigitte said. If we think from the territories and the people, deserts are also that reserve for humanity, and we need to look after them. We also had geological distractions, mining, oil, and I think that CAF also needs to take care of deserts. And bridges are all different, right? As you were saying, but they respond to the same physical rule. So, be it a forest, a wetland, bridge needs to resist their territories and their geoseismic risks. So I invite the whole stakeholders, CAF, to include deserts as well, the Atacama Desert, because winds carry organic matter, minerals that also feed the oceans and the forests. So let's not forget about the deserts. That's my humble message. We have deserts along the world, around the world, and there's not enough studies and work around them. Of course, this is important. Our focus doesn't exclude deserts, but of course, I think that we need a particular knowledge there, and we will work on it without a doubt. Thank you. Alicia, can I add to that? Because I agree with you, of course. There will be many situations in where we don't have a strong private actor that can undertake the responsibility of managing biodiversity or looking after environmental liabilities. Bonds can help with public debt. I believe that the states should also be the clients of CAF in that sense, and maybe we can make those resources have a better surveillance that can be used in a much more assertive way, and they are not part of that budget craziness, right? So what we want to do is preserve degraded systems or preserve systems that would otherwise depend on the public resources. The states are in that capacity of transferring that debt to the whole national productive scheme. We need to recognize that deserts are a fundamental part of the ecological integrity. The protected area systems are always underfinanced, and they produce ecosystemic liabilities that nobody wants to pay. So the states should develop very concrete strategies in that sense. And probably that's where CAF and institutions alike have that opportunity. Another question, and then we would wrap up. Hello, good morning. Congratulations on such a formidable panel. I'm Jesus Carrasco from Identity Data, and my question is on the markets aspect. We've already been working on voluntary or regulated environmental markets, and one of the challenges we find, given that the public sector goes at a different pace, is the atomization of markets. We see that at a national level, there are initiatives at a regional and national levels, or that the national levels go behind the government and regional ones. But what guidelines should we need to consider so we can come up with multiple credit markets with multiple metrics, bringing different credits? What recommendations do you have in this sense? I want to start, and yes, this is something that started with a lot of strands and guidelines, but thanks to what the United Nations and the uh, IAPB have been doing, we have more clear guidelines. We know that this is not going to be a global market, it's going to be a localized market. And this is how it should be because nature is different in different places. But what we do want is for the integrity standards to be the same. So we are working really closely. So the guidelines that came out of the IAPB, and we want the UN guidelines to be similar, and they supplement each other. So my proposal yesterday, when we launched the IAPB guidelines, is that we start with pilot projects. We need to start learning with those pilot projects, and the public sector moves at a different and a slower pace. But if we start working with the pilot projects, we start creating a regulated market. Well, we don't have to wait for the regulation to start, so the market starts. Otherwise, we get stuck. And the planet doesn't have that time. The planet is in the emergency room. We need to speed up and work faster. So when we start learning from the pilots, we will strengthen the guidelines that we are creating, and we will create a similar or supplementary system to the well, we don't know the acronyms. We are very confused, but yeah, we are specialists and we can come up with a regulated market at the end of the day. But considering those lessons learned with the pilot projects in the field, considering the diversity I was referring to at the beginning. Thank you. I think that with all the methodological guidelines and the platforms, we would go in the right direction. And as you said, the planet doesn't have enough time. We don't have enough time left because the panel is over. Thank you very much for being here. It's been really interesting. Thank you again.
Hola. Thank you. In our next panel, we will discuss a very relevant topic that is related to something that we discussed, the need to create these knowledge areas in order to contribute this information of circumstances affecting ecosystems and the Latin American and Caribbean territory. To that end, during this event, we will listen the main takeaway messages from two economics and development reports that have been recently drafted and that are very much related to what the spirit of our discussions have: biodiversity, environmental challenges, issues between connecting biodiversity and climate change. And to that end, we have Pablo Brasiolo, which was one of the key players in the development of regional solutions of global challenges, published in 2023, and Fernando Alvarez, who will be presenting the Economics and Development Report of this year on renewable energies and energy transition that is just fair on sustainable development, and hopefully you will be able to access this both on paper and online. But before giving them the floor, I would also like to give the floor to Carlos de Miguel. He's here representing ECLAG in representation of Juan Manuel Salazar. We are pleased to have you, Carlos. Good afternoon to everyone here today. I'd like to thank CAF for having me and ECLAC, and particularly Alicia. Alicia joined us during the sessionary period of ECLAC, where we discussed the challenges faced around Latin America and the Caribbean around development. Both CAF and the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean have a strong partnership and the work they do towards development of the region. We are very much aligned in the way we tackle these challenges. I have brought a short presentation that I'd like to share with you. But to begin with, the reports that we will be sharing today, there are a lot of points of common ground between ICLAC and CAF. We have identified the challenges of development. We have three main areas that are affecting negatively the development in the region. First of all, the ability to grow. This is a region that is not working. The growth rate of the last decade has been only 0.9. And on average, there are, of course, countries that grow faster than others. So this gap of low growth rate is quite stable. And this is very much related to productivity, internal capacities, employment rates, as well as development sectors feeding our growing capacity. The other topic is the trap of inequality. We know that Latin America is a quite unequal area, but this is also related to social cohesion and the ability of people to develop within these countries. And lastly, we have the last trap, the trap of low institutional stability and governance. We are all aware of how difficult it is to talk about the governance and natural resources issues. If we think about these traps, and if we think that we also face climate change and loss of biodiversity, then you will realize that out of all these traps, the loss of biodiversity and climate change and local pollution will create further obstacles along the way, will trigger greater difficulties in order to achieve growth, development, and to promote democratic governance processes that help us face these challenges. That is a slide on growth that I want to share with you. That is, the long-term trends are not prosperous for the region. even if we are betting on certain targets that both ECLAC and CAP share. We have included these traps, these elements in a manual in our organization. I'm not going to delve into these, but I'd like to focus on the top area. We talk about growth, and around this, we have all the challenges. These are related to structural reforms that the countries need to conduct, as well as the transition. That is to say, we need to move towards a different type of development model, taking into account the most vulnerable of the region. And we also understand that the development status of the region is quite unsustainable. And of course, we also face the difficult challenge of climate change. To that end, at ECLAC, we're working towards solution with the same group of commandments in order to find the opportunities. And of course, climate change and loss of biodiversity also pose opportunities. This is a very rich area in biodiversity heritage, and this also allows for a potential on growth. This is also a clean region. We'll see this in the report by CAV. It is clean in terms of energy terms. We have some difficulties in terms of the uses of the soil, but there are a lot of clean areas when it comes to mitigation efforts, and we need to strengthen resiliency and adaptation to climate change. Because unless we all move forward, our region will keep being vulnerable and we will keep halting our ability to grow. Given that we're in a biodiversity context here, I'd like to share a specific example of the areas that have lost for biodiversity because of deforestation. A few things need to be taken into account. The loss of hectares. Secondly, the percentage of carbon dioxide emissions of the area is the highest in the planet. So we have the opportunity to protect biodiversity and to reduce emissions. Several of those activities of soil rotation and soil use are also related to illegal activities. So we're facing three problems. Every time we have a fire, wildfire, change of the use of the soil, emissions are produced, non-capture emissions, loss of biodiversity, and loss of life. So the main focus needs to lie there. In the Amazon, we have already lost the whole surface of Venezuela and the equivalent of 2 times Paraguay. And we keep facing high levels of deforestation. It is worth mentioning that this connection between climate change and biodiversity is becoming stronger. This is something that we are all aware of, and we are discussing this not only during this COP, but all the other climate summits and desertification summit. These terms of change of the soil use and the crops come up in the national contributions when we discuss mitigations and adaptation strategies. All the countries in the world must adapt their national determined contributions next year. So they need to become both ambitious as well as realistic in order to combine these two elements of climate change and loss of biodiversity. At ECLAC, we are betting on several productive areas that could encourage the economic sector in Latin America. As you may see, there is a block related to sustainability where bioeconomy, sustainable agriculture, genetic resources are just several of the main elements. I will not be delving into each one of these areas that are aligned with a lot of the sectors that CAF is investing on, but it is important to outline that these are all present in the report issued after the sessionary period of our organization. We need to define bioeconomy. We do apologize, we have some technical issues from the floor. So when we talk about high-value bioeconomy, we need to take into account biogenetics, biopharmaceuticals, and greater investments and innovation, but at the same time, an economy supporting food sufficiency for local communities. Of course, there are different bioeconomies that have a negative impact on nature. To conclude, I would like to share further details. This theme of peace with nature is key for our organization. So we must keep our peace with nature because nature is what gives us our livelihoods and is the only way to grow. Secondly, climate change and the loss of biodiversity are creating systemic risks. So if a country is poor, has high debt, and suffers natural disasters, their country risk will go up and their debt potential will go down. So there will be fewer resources to be invested in those positive areas. So private banks and development banks must work hard on conducting risk assessments in order to tackle these issues. Of course, having international financial cooperation is key, but it won't be enough. We also require active national policies. So that is the key coordination efforts that we need, national action together with key policies. These incentives must be aligned. We have discussed during several sessions the subsidies not only in hydrocarbons but also in agriculture and fishing. And there are several incentives in our economy whereby we change the relative prices. So some sectors win and others lose. So unless we revert this, we will not reach a solution. And lastly, we must develop institutional capacities by fostering dialogue and communication. I think our secretariat constantly discusses the generation of information, public participation, fostering a culture of dialogue, and environmental democracy. These are just illustrations of our views. Here we can see the GDP per capita on each one of the circles. We can see environmental health. So at the end of the day, a good governance and good institutions help us from an environmental point of view and from an economic point of view. Therefore, these are one of the main bets that ECLAC has developed through this document. By way of defining technical capacities, operational, political, and operational capacities in order to strengthen our institutions. During this COP, we've also launched a document focusing on development and biodiversity, because we can't just focus on the economic aspect, although we are an economic commission. So we would like to share 5 main messages. We must be aware and share the message of biodiversity and the role of biodiversity. Sometimes talking about biodiversity might be quite idealistic. We must create the potential opportunities for investment and interaction, and to understand that biodiversity is fundamental for our own growth. Secondly, we do have the opportunity to transform this model because we have the comparative advantages at an international level. And thirdly, financing is key to achieve that transition. In fact, one of the problems that we've discussed during this COP conference is the restrictions that we have on financing. And we must keep connecting the loss of biodiversity with the fight against climate change. So these two things must go hand in hand. Lastly, governance, democratic capacities, institutional capacities are the key pillars in order to move towards sustainable development. And lastly, I would like to thank you for your attention and CAF for this invitation. Thank you, Carlos, for these wonderful remarks. It is great to hear that this report has been submitted and to also express that we work closely with ECLAC. And clearly, our objectives and priorities are very much aligned. So, Pablo, you have the floor, and we're here to listen to your presentation. Apologies, the microphone is off. Good morning. It is a huge honor to be here today in front of all of you. Welcome to everyone attending this session. Thank you, Alicia and Carlos. I fully agree with the vision of ECLAC for development and all these common grounds that we can find. I will be presenting the first of two reports. Here you can see the executive summaries that you have in front of you. So I'd like to invite you to browse through them. I will present the first one, Global Challenges, Regional Solutions, Latin America and the Caribbean Facing the Climate and Biodiversity Crisis. And my colleague Fernando Alvarez will be presenting the other report on renewed energies and energy transitions. He was the editor of that report. Hopefully I'll be brief, given that these reports are quite thorough. I would also like to share an introduction. We have been working for 20 years on the drafting of this Development and Economics report, which is the flagship report from CAF, and is the report that our institution intends to use to create influence on policies and to find a better implementation of public policy so they are more effective. And we have been working on this report for 20 years. In fact, in the last 2 years, we have supported the strategy of the bank to become the green Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean. And the two latest reports on the knowledge area have also been focused on this subject. Without further ado, I'd like to begin, and I would like to keep my remarks briefly. The first report discusses climate change and degradation of ecosystems and loss of biodiversity. One of the main characteristics of this report is that these problems are analyzed jointly. This is key in Latin America and the Caribbean because we're a very rich area in biodiversity, but there are productive structures that take part in the production of goods and services, and therefore there is a lot of overlapping in the channel between the channels of degradations and the way we create emissions. And as a result, there are a lot of synergies between the policies to tackle climate change and the policies in order to fight against loss of biodiversity. I will share a diagnosis exercise based on several points on how climate change impacts our lives, how does the loss of biodiversity affects us, how do we create these things, and at the end, I will share a few words about the policies generated for this. Let's talk about climate change. We understand that we are a very vulnerable region suffering from extreme climate events that are more frequent and more intense as time goes by, and that has impacts on our health and our livelihoods. And of course, this is also changing. The weather conditions are changing, temperatures are rising, the raining patterns are rising and changing as well. And of course, there are countless impacts, and you can find all the details in this report, in this book. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time to go through them right now. This is just an example of how we predict the rise in desertification in the region. Here we can find the dry area in a region based on 2014, and it's real. And how we can project this at the end of the century if global emissions remain at a same level. In 2040, we see that it goes up, 2060, and 2100. 2100 would mean a rate of 80% of dry areas in the Caribbean, which are quite concerning. Of course, these projections are based on the premise that global emissions will keep going on the rise at the same rate. And why are we worried about this? Well, dry areas have an impact on agriculture production. Of course, this would mean a halt in the growth of countries that produce and export commodities and agriculture products. So this will also affect rural communities. There are a lot of Central American rural regions that rely on agriculture to create develop their own livelihood. So this could potentially lead to food insecurity. So we understand that these impacts must be addressed in the region through adaptation policies. And when we talk about this, we have to understand how diverse the impact is. As I said, the desertification or dry areas affect the production of agriculture products. And of course, some regions are greatly affected and more affected than others. This is just an illustration on how the impacts affect each area. But of course, they are very diverse. And if we have to create a strategy for adaptation, this has to be done at a local level. And next, let's discuss biodiversity and how biodiversity loss affects our lives. Of course, we need to acknowledge that this is a region with great biodiversity, housing 6 out of the 17 mega diverse countries in the world. We are in Colombia, one of the most mega diverse countries in the world. Unfortunately, the loss of biodiversity is happening at a accelerated rate. And if you think about economic terms, we have GDP, poverty rates, but how about biodiversity? Well, we have an indicator that paints a picture of the general terms of biodiversity. We are analyzing the natural or semi-natural surfaces. Picture this map. Along the region, we have different ecosystems, wetlands, mangroves, rainforests, coastal areas. What we can see in green is that in the year 1800, all those ecosystems were at a natural or semi-natural state. That means that there was no human intervention, or perhaps there was a minimum intervention that was not affecting the ecosystems at the time. And let's see please pay attention to the evolution over the past 200 years, particularly in the 20th century, of these areas. Currently, 46% of South America, less than 1/3 of Middle America and the Caribbean are in a natural or semi-natural state. That is a very good way to understand the rate of loss of biodiversity, the rate of degradation of our ecosystems is equivalent to losing the size of Panama each year in terms of ecosystem degradation. This is the rate of loss of biodiversity. Year after year, we're losing the equivalent of the size of Panama. So why do we focus on this? Well, we need to analyze the benefits that nature and biodiversity give us. And to understand this, let's use the term ecosystem services. Nature provides services. These are benefits that we have to consider, we have to think about as services. So when we talk about these ecosystem services, we can classify them in very different ways. We must think about services that help us tackle, for example, climate change, adapt our emissions to react to climate change. And there are other services that are also very relevant for our own economic and social development. I will focus on the first two, a mitigation service, and I will provide an adaptation service. So mitigation services can be considered as follows. There are several forests capturing carbon, storing in its soils, and this allows us to face and to fight climate change by reducing emissions in the atmosphere. These forests in the region capture 15% of the global capture of carbon dioxide around the world. So we can see that Latin America and the Caribbean have a great contribution to this end, to fight climate change. Nevertheless, we have 25% of the rainforest of the world. Therefore, our contribution is below its potential. And this is due to other reasons. For example, the degradation of these rainforests as a result of deforestation, amongst other reasons. So if we can improve soil management and forest management, I am confident that we would be able to protect our forests and rainforests as well as contribute to fight climate change at a global level. Another example of adaptation services amongst the many services. Let's think about mangroves. On this map, you can see the mangrove surface that we have in the region. Mangroves are natural barriers that protect coastal populations. There are studies showing that mangroves reduce the heights of the waves created by the wind in a rate to rate 30%, and the height of the waves created by cyclones by 60%. This, of course, protects the region and protects over 1 million people living in these areas. That protection can be valued in $12 billion a year, which is the value of the infrastructures that remain unharmed by floodings as a result of the protection that mangroves provide. So this is just to place the exact value, to quote the value of this ecosystemic service of adaptation that mangroves provide to our society. How do we generate, how we create the loss of biodiversity and carbon emissions impacting climate change? Here we can see where Latin American and Caribbean emissions come from. There are two main groups. And this is something that Carlos was saying earlier. Emissions that are created as a result of the change of the use of the soil. So 58% amounts to deforestation and agriculture and livestock industries because of fertilizers and others. That amounts to almost 60% of emissions in Latin America and the Caribbean are as a result of the uses of the soil and agriculture and livestock industries, which is one of the main producers of food sources. And the other half amounts to the energy sector and other processes that also generate emissions. How are we degrading ecosystems? 45% of the region remains in surfaces with natural coverage. Some of them are relevant, like the Amazon. But what type of use are we given to the surfaces that used to be in natural, semi-natural state? Well, 16% has a main use towards crops, 35% is devoted to pastures, and the remaining 4% is devoted to villages and populations and settlings. So if we add up the crops and pastures, we can see that food productions that are related to emissions are also related to the degradation of our ecosystems and the loss of biodiversity. That's why at the beginning of my talk, I said that there is a great overlap between the causes for biodiversity and also the generation of emissions. Therefore, there are a lot of ways to analyze this problem. There is also something very interesting on the book about policies, but very briefly, we have highlighted three main priorities. How can we tackle these problems? Well, at the same time, we need to take into account our own structural challenges like low growth rates, lack of equality, poverty in the region, because of course we need to face this issue of climate change and loss of biodiversity while taking into account the challenges that we face. And of course, there is a very interesting discussion about this in the book. And here, because we don't have enough time, I'll just mention three priorities and one policy.
Por lo que dije al principio, tenemos que priorizar la adaptación en la.
One priority is the adaptation in the region. Given the high vulnerability, we have to contribute to the reduction of emissions, because if all of the countries don't do their part, it's very difficult to comply with the Paris Agreement's targets, and we have to preserve and regenerate our ecosystems. I'm going to touch on a policy of preservation and regeneration because it also has synergies with adaptation. For example, when we recover mangroves, we're not only recovering a natural capital, but we're also protecting coastal populations. When we reduce deforestation, not only do we preserve forests, but we contribute to the global mitigation. This is why ecosystems regeneration is so important. And I'm wrapping up with protected areas. This is not the only policy, but it's one of the ones that are being implemented. There are two types of protected areas: the ones that are strict, nothing can be done, and then multiple uses. In the region, 22% of the land surface is protected, 22% also of oceans are protected. And as I was saying, we have these two types of protected areas. And something that we are showing in our report with strict evidence is that protected areas of multiple uses, those that allow local communities to inhabit the area, to perform economic activities sustainably, these are effective for conservation, but at the same time they allow for communities to develop locally. So there is no conflict between environmental protection and local development. This is something we thought was worth mentioning. And to conclude, this also seemed relevant in this context of this COP. Biodiversity sees no boundaries. Many areas are transnational. You can see on the map the protected areas. 31% of the territories are protected areas. Latin America is a leader in this type of protection of transnational territories, but it's important that we strengthen the governance and coordination in the region for the protection of those territories. As I was saying, we face urgent, pressing challenges. The solution to these challenges varies per region. Latin America needs to consider its great wealth of natural resources and structural challenges, and we have to put regeneration and conservation of ecosystems in the forefront. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pablo. You have the QR code available. You can download the report, and we have some in paper or some other copies here if you want to check on it. Now we will hear from Fernando. Renewed energies and just energy transition. Please, Fernando. Thank you very much, Alicia. Good afternoon, everyone. For me, it's an honor to be here at this space that is destined to the reflection and discussion of one of the most important topics that we can think of. That's the protection of the environment. As Pablo did, I will introduce an overview of our most recent report. We hope that you are all inspired to download the reports and visit its summaries, because it's quite extensive reports that we are presenting. I wanted to start out by highlighting a fact, and that is that humanity has had a material development throughout history. If we focus on the last 70 years, the global GDP has multiplied by 4. This is good news. And this is, of course, something we want to aspire to in the future, especially in Latin America. Unfortunately, this growth hasn't been something the planet hasn't seen. In this period, the GHG emissions have increased by over 6. And this energy is at the heart of these two stories. On one hand, a key input that enables the growth, but it's also responsible of almost 70% of global emissions since in the Industrial Revolution times. The effects of this phenomenon are widely known. On one hand, the temperature has risen by 1.5 degrees centigrade if compared with pre-industrial temperatures, and we have seen increasingly droughts, floods, and this has entailed social and economic impacts. However, at current rates, we are left with almost 3 decades until we clash the threshold of 2 degrees centigrades above pre-industrial areas. This is a threshold that it's a tipping point for some scientists, and we can see massive and irreversible consequences for the health of the planet. Therefore, it's urgent and imperative that we considerably reduce GHG emissions. We need to reduce, in that sense, energy emissions. And this has to do with an energy transition. So we need to transform the way in which we consume and in which we produce energy. This is a process that has already started. And this is something that all the countries in the world will have to go through. However, a message in our book is that this each country has to go through this energy transition by considering their own realities. This is why it's important to have reports like this that can see energy transition in the region by highlighting its benefits and its challenges and opportunities. So, in this context, we see some challenges that are worth considering. The first one has to do with what our colleague from CLAC was mentioning. We are a country with some old challenges in terms of development. The per capita income is one third of those in the developed world or countries, and we have low per capita income, but we are also one of the regions with the worst income distribution, and our poverty rates are set at around 30%. So we cannot face an energy transition without considering this reality. Actually, we have to leverage that natural capital and the green transition to close or bridge these development gaps. Something else that's important is fossil resources for many countries such as Venezuela, Ecuador, Bolivia, and Colombia. Fossil economy is an important source of external and fiscal resources. So, with the green transition, these economies will see one of their dynamic sources undermined. This is important. This is also important. And as Pablo was saying, non-energy emissions are also to be considered. So we need to focus on the non-energy part. This is what the prior book discussed and Pablo presented. So the question now is, how can we reduce emissions in this context, in particular energy related emissions, and how can we grow at the same time? From an accounting point of view, the answer is simple. Emissions at any given time are the product of three factors: emissions per unit product, the per capita GDP, and populations. So we have pledged by 2030 to reduce our emissions by around 11% as compared to our levels of 2020. And we plan to do this in a context where our population will grow because of our demographic transition, and where we also expect a growth to bridge the gap. The good news is that this has started dropping in this century, but it's not enough to achieve that uh, growth and reduction of emissions at the same time. So this is why we are committing to reduce emissions, and we need to vigorously grow to bridge that gap. So what we need to do in the future is carry out a process of emission reductions through GDP. This is what we call the energy strategy in our book. And this strategy has two pillars. On one hand, we need to reduce the intensity of emissions, that is, produce clean energy. And this is why we have to deal with the supply elements. And on the other, we have to reduce the energy intensity, and that entails having actions on the supply side. So the rest of the book deals with all this. When we see the composition of energy emissions, we also want to deal with the importance of dealing with the supply and the demand. The supply is responsible for over 30% of the energy emissions that are associated with energy vectors production, and over 50% are associated with final or end users. So it's important to deal with both sides of the energy market. And this is what the book is about. The book tries to describe the actions that are key to mitigate on the supply and the demand side. On the demand side, the book highlights five pillars. four pillars actually. The first one has to do with improving energy efficiency. Whenever we produce energy and power and we transport, we see important losses that are inherent to the natural process of production and transmission of energy. However, in our region, most of the losses have to do with inefficiencies. For example, due to infrastructure of inefficient transmission, or in the case of gas generation, due to fugitive emissions. So, correcting those inefficiencies is key. On the other hand, the second point has to do with the role gas can play in the transition. Gas is a fossil fuel that should be reduced in the long run, but it has this feature that it's the fossil fuel that emits the less. So, gas can play a double role. It could allow emissions to be lower, but it could allow countries to finance their productive development and their green transition. So, this is something we mention in the book. If we replaced half of the gas and carbon or coal with gas, we would reach a reduction of emissions that equals 65% of the commitments that we've made. So it's an important number. However, one of the levers that we need in order to decarbonize our supply is what we call green electrification. So we need to go and see this aspect. Let's see it in numbers. Today, electricity satisfies 20% of the energy consumption, and by 2050, it should satisfy 40%. So the generation capacity should multiply by almost three. In terms of renewable energy, non conventional renewable energy, it should be multiplied by more than 13. Hydropower, which is the star in electric generation, will slightly grow. The last supply pillar has to do with clean fuels. If 30% of the energy demand will be covered by electricity, 60% will be covered by fuels, and we need to leave the fossil fuels in order to decarbonize. So this leaves us with two options. On one hand, biofuels, which compete with the agricultural sector in terms of supplies, earth, fertilizers, and this brings consequences on the prices of the farming sector on one hand, and the expansion of the farming border. And then the other alternative is green hydrogen, which also has its challenges. On the side of the supply, we need to electrify as much as possible, transform capital goods so they are more friendly, and change behavior patterns. The way in which all this is adopted depends on the sector. On the industry side, which represents a fourth of the energy emissions, we need to identify three key industries that are responsible for more than half of the whole emissions of the industry sector. Those are cement, steel, and chemistry or chemicals productions. These three sectors are responsible for industrial emissions, and they are not easily electrified, or they're not prone to being electrified easily. So the solutions we have to decarbonize is the use of clean fuels, the use of circular economy principles, for example, the production of steel, um, from other elements is much friendlier, and then the transformation of productive processes to introduce capture technologies or to replace certain supplies that are highly uh, that bring a lot of pollution. Another thing to consider in terms of the transport of people is to migrate from private cars to massive public transportations, ideally electric, and also active transport, such as bikes, walking, even to give it more strength. On the side of heavy duty transportations, we need to use clean fuels and improve logistical efficiency so transportation's cargoes are optimal. And in the side of households, we need to promote uh, energy efficiency and also cover some gaps that we need to cover in the region. Timber is important. There are still in the rural sector some families that don't have access to renewable energies. So these elements of the supply and the demand are supplemented by a series of cross-cutting tools that, due to time constraints, I won't be able to delve into. But we highlight the importance of green financing and ways of channeling this, and the importance of institutions to promote innovation and technology transformation. 40% of the emissions that we expect to obtain are thought of technologies that are still not mature enough. And the book closes by thinking this energy transition and this green transition as a transformative process of the whole of economy. And we highlight some other challenges. First of all, the implications this could have in fiscal accounts of fossil countries, and it could also have some important consequences in the employment market. The green transition will imply a migration of workers from non-green activities to green activities. So employment institutions should favor this transition. And I wrap up with the following idea. Fortunately, the green transition and energy transition not only entails challenges, but also a lot of opportunities in the region to capitalize its natural capital. The region has 57% of its energy, its power, with renewable sources. So we can attract investments to the region. This is what we call power sharing. But we also some essential critical minerals that help us to with the transition energy, such as lithium, copper, and this gives us more opportunities. But of course, we need the adequate institutions. So this is the message. Green transition has certain challenges, but also offers good opportunities for the region to reach their sustainable development. Thank you. Thank you very much, Fernando. We could keep talking a lot about this. We know that there's a lot of work. We have another panel coming next, and we have some space, and I apologize if we are taking a bit more because we had another presentation that for good reasons we are not going to see, but you will have the chance later on. But I wanted to ask one single question, but please try to be brief. There's a lot of knowledge and a lot of research at CAF from our knowledge management and at CLAC. So what can we do to leverage on this knowledge and then bring all this into action? You have the floor, Carlos, first. Well, thank you. Well, there's a lot of knowledge, of course, but it always seems it's not enough. On the environmental side, we still need a lot of information. There's a lot of discussions ongoing where evidence are not clear yet. For example, we were discussing the carbon sequestration technologies. There's a lot of discussions in terms of what trends you follow in the energy matrix and what implications these alternatives have. So we need to bring evidence to the table because of serious public policy needs to be grounded on data and on an extensive discussion. And we also live in a world where fake news are always on the table. So we need to um, break it down a bit. It's evident that climate change exists. There's the loss of biodiversity, but there's different pathways. Each country can have different pathways, and this requires evidence. And also, we need to consider the how to do things, because this is what we need in the region. We have come up with a lot of diagnosis, but we don't know how to do things. So we need to focus on the hows and the implementation, which is a lot more difficult. I think CAF has finance resources and can support. I think this is something we need to approach. How and implementation, step by step, but implementation, of course. I'm going to speak on behalf of both of us, and if I forget something, Pablo, you can take the floor. I believe that besides quality research and public policies that of course call for having a scientific approach based on evidence, what's important is the approach of knowledge and knowing what the needs for public policies are. And I think that CAF has an important role here because of being close to the critical problems in the region. And this gives us some handicap because we understand what those questions are, and we can build that bridge between scientific knowledge and knowledge needs. So I think this type of spaces where the knowledge and the real needs come close are key to give them their necessary importance. Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you, all three. And you are all invited to download and read these reports. These are all efforts that CAF are looking at: the why, the what, the how. This is what we all ask ourselves every day. Thank you to the three of you. Thank you, and a big round of applause for our speakers and panelists. And don't leave the room because more is coming.
Hola, hola.
Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me. Good afternoon. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity. To begin with, I would like to thank CAF for facilitating this space so we can share our views and to hold a dialogue that Marinesi Iran will hold. Marinesi is the Vice President of the Foundation on Climate Change, Energy and Environment, together with Ricardo Gil Lavedra. Thank you to Colombia and Cali. We have decided being able to be part of this COP16 has been very important due to the relevance of the debates around biodiversity on this planet. So once again, I would like to thank CAF and to the representatives of several Argentinian provinces, the national government, the British Embassy. Once again, thank you for being here today. And without further ado, to make the most of the time we have before us, we are discussing a very relevant topic today related to crimes against biodiversity. So I believe that having Ricardo Gil Lavedra here will be very important, and hopefully he'll be able to clarify a lot of our concerns and doubts. So we will share a video of our foundation and we will begin our dialogue. Thank you. FUCAE, we're a foundation with a multidisciplinary team of people who are committed to the fight against climate change and protecting the environment. We have important representatives fighting to achieve public policies in sustainable development, transforming the energy strategies towards renewable energies. We are a national scope foundation with implementation areas in the entire Argentinian territory. We provide technical assistance for planning, implementation, and project management, technical support for analysis, and conducting financing lines for carrying out projects, training, development, and research for private sector as well as civil society organizations. We work on communications in order to leverage the strength of our techniques. We create environmental education, fostering exchange and publications. Our members are part of important projects like IRSU in Jujuy, managing solid waste to remove open landfills and build a solar plant, the biggest one in Latin America. This is the first project in Latin America with Chinese financing as well and green bonds. A project of distributed energy of renewable energies with a new regulatory framework, building 8 solar towns in Jujuy with solar parks and batteries using lithium, replacement of generators using fossil fuel. We are working with INVAP and creating green projects and repurposing conventional buses into electric buses, working together the University of La Plata and the province of Jujuy, executing policies in conservation of native forests, carrying out policies to fight wildfires, taking part in prevention plans as a reaction to climate change, creation of the climate observatory, carrying out the enactment of the law for the forest. We want to achieve a more sustainable and more fair future. We believe that each step, no matter how small, can change the world if we take it together. We are confident that Together, we can make a difference, not only for our region, but our future generations that will inherit this planet. Let's join our efforts in this mission because together we can create a greener, safer, and hopeful future for everyone. FUCAE, Climate Change, Environment and Energy Foundation. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for having us today. I'd like to echo the comments that the president of FUCAE and CAF have done in order to enable this space. It is a huge honor to be here today presenting a dialogue. Tomorrow we will have a different one on biodiversity and criminal law. Would also like to thank the representatives of Argentinian provinces that are here today. I see 6 or 7 Argentinian provinces here, which is wonderful. But I'd also like to greet the representatives of everywhere else and civil organization representatives, national governments, subnational governments who are also supporting this event. It is a huge honor to present Ricardo Gil Lavedra, who has lots of experience and a wonderful career on criminal law in Argentina. He has been Supreme Court Justice. He's also academic professor at the University of Legal Studies in the University of Buenos Aires. He's been also part of the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights, Committee for Human Rights, General Coordinator of this program, Justice 2020, from the Ministry of Justice of Argentina, amongst many other roles that he has had in the past, most of the times related to human rights and the protection of human rights. He was also part of this criminal trial against the military junta in the 70s. So he is a very renowned justice and lawyer in our country and around the world. He has a lot of experience in human rights and collective rights. We have invited Dr. Gil Lavedra because the Global Diversity Framework and the Convention on Biological Diversity, we believe that this has to be part of the negotiation of the conference, and sometimes this is not done quite aggressively. We need to understand how we sanction all the processes that encourage the loss of biodiversity. We all know that deforestation, wildfires, the advancements of agriculture, of urban frontiers as well, are at times planned and at times unplanned. That is to say, as a result of processes that are conducted outside of legal frameworks from each country. The Convention on Biological Diversity states that the member states, the countries, are to take the necessary measures in order to sanction or to penalize the behaviors or actions that affect or impact biodiversity. There are different tools from civil law frameworks that are not necessarily as efficient, and that is why we believe that there is a lot to do and we need to work towards reforming criminal codes in a lot of countries. A lot of countries are working, have advanced on this matter, and many others are lagging behind, particularly in the international criminal law framework. We need better tools in order to criminally sanction the governments and the countries that breach the commitments adopted under international conventions. To begin with, I'd like to thank Dr. Gil Lavedra, who is also a member of our foundation, of the Advisory Council of our foundation. We are honored, together with Gerardo, to have Dr. Gil Lavedra as one of our consulting advisors. So to begin with, my first question for Ricardo is, how do you think that criminal law could contribute in an environmental front to dissuade those stakeholders or those agents that threaten biodiversity? I also mentioned a few of them: deforestation, wildfires, agriculture, that of course come as a result of human behaviors and human activities. And at times it is quite hard to hold someone accountable. From your professional and legal point of view, how do you think that criminal law can contribute to the fight against these threats, and that we know that are currently affecting this crisis? To begin with, thank you to everyone here today. Once again, I would like to extend my gratitude to this Climate Change Environment and Energy Foundation, as well as CAF, for facilitating this, and to all of you for being here today. Criminal codes that dates back to the 19th and 20th century understands that life and property are individual legal rights. There are very few attacks to collective goods like public security. When it comes to environmental law, we will not find in traditional criminal codes any norms or rules regulating it, but just because of the fact that this concern did not exist in the past. In fact, this environmental explosion began at this end of the 20th century, from the Stockholm Declaration in 1972, that I believe was the starting point, and that gave way to hundreds of conventions and declarations. And of course, this has trickle-down impact on national legislations, and little by little there were special regulations and legislations that reflect this problem. That this was not done in an organized manner, because this also changes the whole notion of the law around the environment. So there are two main pillars. We need to understand, what is this trying to protect? The traditional view is that what we need to protect is human beings. As a result, you can only sanction or punish the behaviors that affect humankind, perhaps our health, for example, or our life. The other notion or view is that we can't just protect human beings, but the entirety of the environment surrounding it. And of course, this includes a lot of elements: the soil, the atmosphere, flora and fauna, and of course, the behaviors that could harm potentially these ecosystems. There is an idea that all these elements integrate a holistic system that is interconnected with our life, because the protection of nature at the end of the day will benefit our human life. So these two ideas are different on two specific parts: when to protect and when to punish. Are we just punishing the harm to our health or the harm to the environment? There is another problem. How can you predict the punishment? There are many ways to predict the way you instill a punishment, and there are specific regulations sanctioning these results. And there are other rules that determine that certain human behaviors will be punished whenever a legal entity is affected. And there are two subclassifications. Something is illegal whenever a human behavior affects the safety of another human being. And then there are other crimes, which are the abstract crimes, in which case perhaps the legal entity has not been placed under risk, but perhaps we're facing a potentially harmful behavior. And why am I drafting this difference that belongs to criminal sciences? Because we need to translate this into the classification or the of banning specific human behaviors. And of course, we see that amongst environmental crimes, there are a lot of different damages that could be listed. This initial discussion, in order to understand whether legal entities are individual or collective, well, we have a different perspective now. We are considering both human beings and the environment. And of course, the punishment will have to fit the crime. In environmental laws, currently, they are trying to prohibit potentially damaging behaviors. Therefore, your question is, how does criminal law impact this, or how can it intervene? Well, we do it at the very last stage. The whole of legal frameworks have as an objective to protect human life. So criminal law is reserved for the most serious damages. And of course, we have to take into account, and there's a very close interconnection between administrative law and criminal law. Administrative law has, for example, other sanctions and fines, whereas in criminal law, we have punishments and penalties and sentences. Of course, this changes between countries as well, between jurisdictions. And we will also talk about the role of international law. We must unify this classification amongst these different classifications based on what we're trying to protect. I have a question for Ricardo. Those of us specializing in the environment, we understand that these penalties and fine and sanction systems set forth by environmental laws or frameworks and sometimes small claim codes are not quite effective to prevent the behavior that is being punished. For example, we have a law establishing fines for wildfires. There are some more severe fines and sanctions from a provincial legal framework, and these sanctions are usually monetary. But what we see in reality is that those carrying out great for deforestation on bigger land territories, they would rather face the cost of the fine rather than move away from their initial intention to carry out the wildfire. So at the end of the day, it seems as if our civil law framework or the criminal or small claims potentials are not effective tools. So do you believe that criminal law could potentially have a more preventative effect in order to protect the environment? Well, of course, as long as criminal laws operates under the potential threat of imprisonment, for example, this of course would have a preventative effect. But what you are stating here is something that happens everywhere in the world. The main concern of the United Nations that has requested a report by their Secretary General in 2018 stating that the diversity of crimes of national governments in the world and their inefficacy and in its repercussions is concerning. There were a lot of loopholes around human behaviors affecting the environment, and that remained unpunished. So at the end of the day, the administrative law is the first one to intervene because it needs to regulate the way we behave around the environment. So, for example, environmental permits, authorizations, and the control of the execution comes from environmental administrative law. And at times, we know that there is a lot of corruption at governmental level when permits are granted or due to the lack of control by the officials carrying out environmental reports, for example. So that is an area we need to focus on. Once again, moving back to criminal law. Of course, the author will be the company carrying out the wildfire. We need to include the criminal responsibility of legal persons. This is something that doesn't exist in every country, but we must ensure that this is prevailing in our codes. And of course, to place responsibility and the burden on the public officials and those in charge of authorizing and controlling the human activities that impact the environment. We understand that this concern from the United Nations was aiming at drafting or achieving an international convention that would describe the models of behaviors that could be punishable behaviors, in order to create a uniform framework to these acts. You mentioned forests and wildfires, but of course, what happens with protection of wildlife, right? Going back to international criminal law, you think that an international convention stating and including under their code these specific behaviors that could impact or negatively affect the environment could perhaps serve as a tool that could foster in each one of the signatory countries reforms to their criminal codes and how they can state and define these crimes. Do you believe that an international criminal court could perhaps be effective? Whenever crimes against humanity were carried out, there were international criminal courts that were quite effective to punish these behaviors. If we think about the concept of ecocide, which once again is still being debated and defined, this could also be considered a crime against humanity because the impacts on the environment collectively affect the communities and the people. So climate change is a global problem. Of course, it doesn't have individual specific impact, but for example, if we don't reduce our carbon gas emissions or we breach the international conventions that we have signed, do you believe that perhaps in a specific case, these could be deemed as punishable offenses from special courts, of course, within the framework of a crisis because of the loss of biodiversity and pollution? And we think that this crisis has been enhanced, and this is something that the whole world is worried about, and this is why we're gathered here today. This is a current discussion. How can we include ecocide within the statute of the International Criminal Court with competences, with jurisdiction to try crimes against humanity, war crimes, genocide? In fact, several projects have been submitted to that end, and when this International Criminal Court was created, on the statutes were debated, they tried to include this crime of ecocide. This ecocide is not specifically described or drafted on our records. It's a severe damage and long-lasting damage affecting the communities as a whole and potentially several generations. Unfortunately, this initiative failed. The International Criminal Court has a specific jurisdiction, which is a subsidiary competence. That is to say, they intervene whenever national government, when faced with these crimes, have failed to act. Do we think that they should also try these topics? Yes. Secondly, the International Criminal Court cannot try the liability of legal persons. These are just physical persons. That is to say, the statute is useless in this case. And lastly, if the national governments are failed to act, then perhaps I'm not sure what the intervention of the Criminal Court of Justice could have when faced with ecocide. Beyond the difficulties that we have around the actual definition of ecocide and this specific crime, we think that this is rooted in Greek and Latin, which means house and murdering, to kill the house. So these offenses against the environment and diversity are basically killing our common home, which is planet Earth. When we discuss the role of criminal law, I believe that it could have a wonderful role in trying to establish several basic crimes in terms of the environment. And after this, every country could add this to their national legislation. There is an international law, there's a rule, international law, that is very useful, is the application of universal jurisdiction for several crimes. And I think it's very good in practice. Basically, whoever catches the criminal can judge them, can try them. So any country that has signed a convention, if they arrest and they find the criminal, they have their jurisdiction to try them and to prosecute them. Environmental crimes, by nature, are transboundary. They are not specifically limited to one country, but they have an impact on their neighboring countries. And as a consequence, this is related to the international community's concern to ensure that all countries are involved in the prosecution of these crimes and offenses. And of course, this is also related to the need that we have to unify the criteria for punishment from these offenses. And of course, we have other crimes like drug trafficking, terrorism, human trafficking. This was a fundamental element in international cooperation. That is to say, every government must cooperate and submit their support in providing evidence, for example, in the processes that other countries are conducting. Thank you, Ricardo, so much for your comments. And there are a few questions from our audience. I would like to give the floor to Hugo. It's a huge pleasure to have you here today. I'm from Formosa. I'm an attorney. I had the opportunity to read and to be part of some projects in Argentina related to including environmental crimes. My main concern is when you talk about the responsibility of officials, you talk about the offenses against the environment. I do agree there's a close connection between administrative law and criminal law, but do you believe that holding the public official accountable under this specific criminal type, when we could be prosecuting the public official under a different crime, like the breach of their role or their functions, Therefore, I believe that this could be a specific example that we need to look into in order to understand how we would prosecute a public official involved in an environmental crime, like triggering an environmental and a wildfire. Yes, of course. We're talking, of course, in general terms. Whenever there are different types of crimes or offenses, we have this in our Argentine legislation. We have pollution, which is an offense because we're protecting a common good, which is public health. And if that leads to the loss of life, then of course the punishment is very serious. Protection of forest, unauthorized hunting and logging, and of course mistreating animals. This is a whole different chapter. So in Argentina, we haven't defined the crimes against the environment. We only have Article 200 in our criminal code, which mentions water pollution and using illegal waste methods. There is another law from 1981 around protection of fauna, but there have been a lot of bills and a lot of bills submitted by legislators. In fact, there are two amendment bills in 2012 and 2019 that apparently the current government might be willing to relaunch this. These environmental crimes are considered under this reform. They consider this reform by way of understanding there has been a breach of the administrative law. How we determine the accountability of public officials, of course, will depend on how serious is the crime or the misdemeanor, whether this is just a permit or perhaps an authorization by someone who gave green light to pouring pollutants to a river, and that leads to terrible health conditions. And of course, we need to define the author of the crime and how the authors impact the crime. And of course, there is a general rule, which is public official, which affects public officials, but then there are specific responsibilities for each role. But of course, we need to understand which crime we are discussing.
It's quite complex. Yeah, but what are the dynamics in administrative law? We have the regulation of the need to have an environmental impact assessment. Almost all provinces have this requirement, and regulatory bodies. So the interested party, the company, submits the reports. Many times there are false reports, to be honest, and they obtain false authorizations. So if they wanted a more efficient criminal law system, well, this has to be true, right? On the other hand, an relevant administrative control needs to also be in line with small claims and sanctions and fines. Thank you. I would like to have your opinion in terms of danger and damage. This is something that we've faced difficulty with. What is your opinion, or what is the definition that could solve this discussion we have in our national congress every time we discuss incorporating environmental crimes to the criminal code? This is in the case of Argentina, and the reform that was suggested was after a huge work that was conducted with a lot of members of academia. So the bills that are being discussed are have been agreed on, but then legislators with their different positions rediscussed it, and this has always been a point where we don't come to an agreement. Should we include the term damage, hazard, risk, danger? So I'm not a lawyer. I would like to know what your opinion is on this difference, and what should we incorporate into the criminal code in case you need to vote for this law. Thank you, Gladys. You're also an author of a project in terms of environmental crimes. The damage crimes are those that produce a change in the exterior world. In homicide, that's death. The danger crimes are those that don't modify or change the exterior world, but risk the legal asset or good. So an abstract danger has to do with the action has the potential to do harm, but in practice it didn't risk or endanger anyone. But it has to do with how we want to ban, because abstract dangers have anticipation. Before it happens, I'm already sanctioning that is potentially dangerous. There's a concrete danger if there's a threatened legal good under threat. But when it has to do with dangers or damages, I'm sorry, this is when the damage already occurred. This has to do with illegal fishing. There's a lot of crimes in this sense. Or when there's a damage in the environment. Yeah, Ines was mentioning that you've practiced law for a long time, and our difficulty has to do with submitting evidence. So we're sometimes afraid that criminal law may advance faced with a certain action. So this is why I think it's important what you were saying, and that's that we need clear definitions. And another question, this attempt from the UN to come up with clearer principles, how far did it get? I was not aware of that, and is this still under discussion so we can have that standard that can clarify the situation? Well, the report was to be submitted, and it hasn't been submitted, to be submitted with the 2023 General Assembly. So this is something that's in the agenda, but it hasn't been submitted yet. This will entail all of the member states to participate. But as you all know, there are a lot of overlaps because we distinguish environmental thing from biodiversity issues, ecosystems. So everything is interconnected in reality. In my opinion, and mostly in a federal country such as Argentina, the first step needs to be the good functioning of administrative law. If this works well, then criminal law doesn't have to intervene, and then the criminal violations need to be left for those cases where administrative law failed. Thank you. Good afternoon. I am from Ecuador. In our constitution, we had a reform in 2008. We incorporated nature rights. That's the recognition of nature as a legal entity, and some elements are classified, those regarding natural cycles, the minimum conditions for nature to have their minimum structure and functioning. How can we disseminate this discussion? Some experts say they are fourth generation rights. that entail recognizing nature as a subject of law. What is your reflection on this subject? Well, after the Stockholm Declaration, after Rio's declaration in 92, there's over 100 countries in the world that have incorporated the protection of the environment into their constitution. Ecuador, Argentina has a provision that's very good on the protection of the environment, where the right of all inhabitants in the nations um, have the right to enjoy a healthy and balanced environment. And they also, the Constitution also sets forth the principle that production is to satisfy the needs of the present without compromising the generations of the future. So this is important, and the new civil code also states that the environmental issues are collective incidence rights. Then national laws will incorporate protection of the environment to their civil codes. There's a lot that has been legislated, but we need more uniformity, perhaps some basic criteria, the criteria of prevention, precautionary principles, responsibility principles. This could be organized in some convention that could better describe some basic principles. But of course, it's everyone's responsibility and concern to see how we can defend and prevent the environment. Thank you to all the participants. Indeed, many countries have incorporated nature rights. That's also been the case of Bolivia. They've incorporated it into their constitution. Colombia has a recent criminal act that protects the environment. It's from 2021. Yeah, this is an open discussion that needs to be strengthened. We need to discuss this in other frameworks. When I saw COP's schedule, I didn't see anything on alternative mechanisms, but I did see things about control methods. But these issues are very concerning. Maybe we have to discuss if it's on criminal law, if it's environmental courts, such as the case of Jujuy, where in Gerardo Morales' administration we've created these environmental courts that have become a great tool that contributes to avoid or prevent certain behaviors. There's another recommendation in our report to the General Secretary of the United Nations that justice systems should be specialized. They should be specialized in environmental matters. That would be very important. This is the case of Jujuy. We have a specialized justice system and district attorneys that are specialized on environmental issues. And this has become a great contribution. So this is something that is an open discussion, as we were saying. We need to move forward in this discussion and also in the international discussions. We have the pending reform of certain codes in Argentina, as we have the Nagoya Protocol to deal with certain issues, the biosecurity. Maybe we can also think of biodiversity crimes. And this could clearly establish what these criminal types are that could be punishable and that could help us halt the crisis due to the loss of biodiversity. We also need, of course, a cultural change, environmental education, administrative processes, but we understand that international law can also contribute within this framework, which is so complex. especially in Latin America, where we still have a lot to protect. Latin America is the continent that hosts 70% of the biodiversity in the world. So we need to ensure the well-being of the goods and services of the environment. So I think we need to promote this in the framework of international negotiations, and we should come up with a specific chapter to discuss this. The same as we discuss national strategies, follow-up mechanisms, protocols. So we need to also discuss this. We want to thank you all for having participated here. I thank CAF for the space, the Climate Change, Environment, and the Energy Foundation. We are with the president of the foundation, Gerardo Morales. And thank you, Ricardo. You're also part of the foundation, but you also accepted to be here in this exchange, this panel. And we are happy to learn about your vision. And hopefully we will advance in the international criminal law space, and we can do all this before we get to the tipping point. Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes a todos. Quiero comunicar que el evento CAF.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to let you all know that the event by Martin von Hildebrand will not happen at this pavilion because in the Colombia pavilion he is being announced as General Secretary of OTCA. So that's a good reason you can go and see Martin at the other pavilion, the Colombia pavilion. Thank you.
Robert.
Bien, muy bien, muy bien, muy bien. Mañana. Voy a pasar por ahí.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. Thank you to CAF. Thank you to the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean for organizing this session that is biodiversity challenges and opportunities for the private sector. Thanks to everyone that's following on tiempo.com. They're also following on YouTube and our social media channels. This event is organized to discuss the $1 million topic that we've been hearing throughout these days. It has to do with financing schemes in favor of biodiversity. The president has just spoken about this very issue. So, without a doubt, the private sector plays a fundamental role, as well as the multilateral banking sector, the financing sector. You all know that CAF is a green bank that is aware that we are in a biodiverse area. 60% of biodiversity in the planet is in this region, and 6 countries converge and are considered some of the 17 most biodiverse in the world. And somehow these 6 countries are interconnected. So any initiative is somehow connected among all these countries. So that's why it's so important to know the policies that are being applied, what challenges there are, what the role of the private sector is. And that's why CAF is working so much in this sense. Within the framework of the Kunming-Montreal Global Diversity Framework, and also due to the calls that the International World Forum or the World Economic Forum has made. The forum says that the world economy depends on nature and its ecosystemic services. In order to take positive measures at the required scale and speed, it's paramount that companies understand their specific interactions with nature within their respective sectors. Most of the 500 companies that are the most important in the world have a climate goal, but only 5% have a goal for biodiversity. This is why we have 2 important guests today. Alicia Montalvo. She is the manager for climate action and positive biodiversity. Thank you, Alicia, for being with us. Thanks for enabling this dialogue in this CAF pavilion. And of course, someone you all know, and he's coming It's Bruce McMaster, President of the National Association of Businessmen in Colombia. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here today. As I was saying at the beginning, we are going to discuss the role of the private sector. I will start with Bruce, who is the spokesman for the businessmen in Colombia. You just heard the president's words on this regard. So I wanted to ask you, Bruce, now that we're discussing biodiversity, what are the advances or what's the progress of the business sector in Colombia? Is there a greater awareness? Is there more work in favor of biodiversity, or are we still stuck? Thank you, Ernesto. Hello, Alicia. So it's worth mentioning the work we've been doing throughout these years. In 2014, that's 10 years ago, we came up with an initiative at Andy called Biodiversity and Development. To many, this was a big surprise. Why are you doing this? Because there's always competitiveness, taxes, labor issues, and technology issues in play, but we wanted to understand how a big part of the business sector in Colombia is directly linked to biodiversity. Not all of us know this number. A stat we got shows that close to 48% of companies in Colombia have somehow a positive impact or eventually a negative impact on biodiversity issues. They are affected by it. They restructure it, but that's 48%, so half of our GDP. And this has to do with food production, reforestation, all that has to do with biotechnology, agriculture, textile, manufacturing, etc. So at that point, we came up with this initiative that evolved and was developed with good results, I would say. And today, it has become a global model for unions. It's called the National Center for Water and Biodiversity. This National Center for Water was born out of some conversations and difficult conversations we held around certain mining projects that actually failed or were rejected by communities and our authorities. And I have the theory that there was not the right discussion around water in the territories. And under the recognition that we are under one basin, you can come up with all the maps you're interested in and think of where's internet connection, where's energy projects, where's more educated people. But you find that we are always in some basin. So we need to understand that the whole business community is part of a basin. That's where the National Center for Water was born. And that's when you realize that basins have a huge impact in terms of biodiversity. So this is why we started having conversations around biodiversity, and we started working on different projects with the Sinchi Institute. We started working in Putumayo in La Guajira, and we started working around the dry forest of the Caribbean that was always put aside, at least during the dry season. But we started working in it and also in another projects such as the route of the jaguar and so on. So now we have a project that has the aim of bringing contributions, and now with the presentation of the NBSAPs of Colombia that we presented on October 21st, we had the opportunity of presenting the Environment Ministry with our roadmap that we called Biodiversity and Business. And it allowed us to incorporate the business work. So what Minister Muhammad presented already includes your contributions. Yes, that's right. And it's not just a copy and paste exercise, but it's the result of a joint effort that was very important. We had 25 meetings, 1,500 people attended, 28 meetings in different regions. So that's a result of the work we did in COP15 in Montreal, where we decided to work jointly, voluntarily. And Colombia is the first country in Latin America that has a biodiversity and business roadmap that will be presented. And it was launched here on the 21st. It's really interesting to hear Bruce speak because we have the perception that the regular citizens don't learn about this. We think that biodiversity is on one hand and the private sector on the other. But the work of the Ministry of the Environment was joined with the private sector's work. So we need to start building a narrative in this sense. Alicia, along these lines, what were the advances that you've seen from CAF, and what have you done to support the private sector to meet those goals established by the Global Diversity Framework? Well, first of all, I want to congratulate Bruce for the initiatives that you are starting in the business sector in Colombia. I think that the contributions of the private sector for the NBSAPs are fundamental for the success of the program. And here at CAF, we have an estimate that the financing need is $700 billion. And not only public financing will support this to protect biodiversity, but at the same time, biodiversity is not a remote concept or abstract concept, but it's close to people because at the end of the day, we are talking about fishing, agriculture, tourism, water, the impacts of climate change. Biodiversity affects the economy in a direct manner. So we need to be able to incorporate all these elements into the actions of an institution such as CAF. We are a development bank. We work with public institutions, but we also work with the private sector. And the actions we undertake with public institutions are translated into initiatives for the private sector, the authorization of infrastructures that can be sustainable, regenerative agriculture, new models for tourism. In terms of water management, we also need to work. We work so biodiversity becomes a cross-cutting concept in all of our portfolio. We don't consider that biodiversity only has to do with forest restoration. So we mobilize resources for credits and technical cooperation with the public sector and subnational governments, but we always work hand in hand with the private sector. So 20% of our operations include the private sector. We are at $16 billion. 20% is a lot. Through the Public Development Bank and the commercial banking sectors, we approved a facility with BBWA in Colombia that's worth 50 million and is destined to projects for strategic ecosystems. And when we sat down and saw what these projects were. They had to do with regenerative agriculture, farming transformation, ecotourism. So we understand that this is a way for us to um, leverage this sector. And so far, or up to date, we had seen this was very much focused on some certain elements, very etereous. And have you seen an evolution in terms of the role of the private sector? Have you felt that commitment? Yes, very clearly. You pointed out that companies are going through a change. In many cases, it's a positive change because they've come to understand that sustainability or nature components need to be added as part of their business line in a cross cutting manner. In some other cases, there's not such a rigorous narrative, but in most cases, what we see is the need to approach and consider these topics. And there's something that's also important, and that's the risk associated to the biodiversity loss in the economic sector. We've talked about the risks associated with climate change. We know that those are consequences, but the consequences associated with biodiversity have not been incorporated per se. Some companies have, but I believe that this is something that will help us raise awareness on biodiversity and ecosystems degradation, which entails a risk for agriculture and the loss of wetlands and coastal areas. All these are impacts that have to do with biodiversity. So yes, Bruce, now we're going to talk about those documents and 28 meetings, everything that you've said that helped build this database that helped nurture Colombia's proposal here at COP. So has it been easy for the private sector to get involved in these topics? And what have been the challenges in managing biodiversity from the private sector and business sector in countries like ours? Well, I wanted to clarify something. It was not only documents or information, but it was the adoption of certain rules and specific steps that could help companies guide their actions and protect biodiversity. It's a roadmap. Yeah, that's its name. It's the roadmap for companies and the protection of biodiversity. So far, these are voluntary guidelines because they are not UN endorsed, or they don't come from the groups that worked at this COP, but it's an exercise that we want to uh, start as pioneers. I was able to attend biodiversity COPs. I was in Brazil, I was in Paris, I was in Glasgow, and I've had the opportunity of seeing their work. I am not going to Azerbaijan because we've been busy with the biodiversity organization, but throughout this experience, we see that there are more and more companies and more business agents involved. You mentioned a figure of 3,000 companies that are represented at this time that have been credited in this COP. In Montreal, we had 1,150. So we've even tripled the number of companies present. But there's 800 that are Colombian companies. We have a group of entrepreneurs examples for the future, that's their name, we registered over 60 companies of young entrepreneurs that also work on innovation. And this is very good because it also has to do with innovation. We have to do things well. And in terms of nature-based solutions, we have to do it well and prepare them well. And I believe that humanity, and this could be a long reflection, but humanity has failed or has made a mistake in terms of bringing solutions to most problems. Sometimes solutions come from someone who raises an alert and they feel they are more aware than the rest of humanity, then others point out that they are the victims and maybe they don't have the capacity to understand the problem. And eventually, this divides people between good and bad people. So, with the problem we have nowadays, we cannot afford to be divided like that. So, in order to come to effective solutions, as we say in Colombia, we have to charge our batteries and we have to work towards the same solutions. Not everything will be solved with regulations. There's a whole lot of things that are regulated and written. There's a lot of laws, and at the end of the day, humanity complies, not complies. Sometimes states don't sign them, don't adhere to them. Sometimes they do, but then they're not willing to comply them. But if we realize what our problem is, we can come up with a solution. Otherwise, we won't. And to wrap up, in terms of crisis, we've also encountered the atomic bombs or nuclear energy and the risk that that entailed for humanity. In 1945, the possibility of having a massive destruction. So humanity invented a solution, and that's threatening us and saying, if you throw the atomic bomb, I will also do it, and then we are all dead. This is not the solution we are looking for. That's the only times humanity came up with a solution to catastrophic risks, and they did it very badly. This is the first chance we have to do it right with feasible and realistic goals with the right incentives. So these $700 billion can be financed and for citizens to be convinced, and governments should work together with the business sector. This is our challenge today. Any other version could be interesting for some politicians. We can point at other groups, but this is not going to bring solutions.
What kind of solutions have you been developing with CAF, with the private sector, in this summit? The role of multilateral institutions, I believe that is fundamental, because I believe we are able to work through financial innovation, supported by our investors and stakeholders, which are the countries taking part of these debates. We've seen quite a lot of progress in the infrastructure at an international level in the way of we designed these designs to reduce the risks of private sector investments. And that is what we are conducting. Of course, we need certain warranties, and I believe that this is a key instrument that we are currently implementing. And of course, there are other instruments involving the private sector in a way that us as financial institutions can also work as intermediaries. We are also in charge of facing the front line of losses potentially and taking on a lot of the risk. When it comes to the private bank and development banks, we are also supporting not only financing, but technical cooperation tools. So banks become aware of these taxonomies around those sectors. I think this is the fundamental part. We are developing these taxonomies that need to be interconnected because this also mobilizes private sectors, private investments. Otherwise, if each country has a different classification of what can be deemed as green and what doesn't, then can lead to a disconnect. I would also like to react to something you said earlier, that the solution to the atomic bomb along those lines. I also think that we can find solutions through multilateralism. What I was saying is that the atomic bomb was bad. Yes, but you also said, what's the solution to this? Well, the solution that we were able to find, and of course this also can be improved, is multilateralism. At the end of the day, we have these negotiating spaces and forums where we can move ahead in this public interest. And the role of financing banks and multilateral banks are key. And to reach these negotiations by consensus. And we know that multilateral banks pursuing financial priorities as well as development priorities. I think that carrying out that coordinating effort is key. And as we lead the way, we understand that the private sector sometimes follows through. And there is something else that I would like to mention, which is the Task Force of Nature Disclosure. I'm sure that you all know them. There is an initiative to achieve transparency in companies in terms of their carbon emissions. There is also a task force working on the protection of biodiversity. And I'm sorry if this is part of your specialism, but I think that the roles have been reversed. We are asking the questions now. Please go ahead. This is a public forum and you can share your views. Well, we've already talked about multilateralism, and I would like to rephrase that. I think that there is huge value in multilateral entities, particularly in Latin America. Latin America has never been able to achieve a real integration stage that is strong enough. Of course, we had the Andean Pact, we have Mercosur, we have the Pacific Alliance coming and going, but we have UNASUR, we have CARICOM, we have a wide range of conventions and attempts, but don't reach integration. So the real integration that we've been able to reach in Latin America are multilateral banks, particularly CAF. That is the true integration that we have been able to achieve. To that end, something I would like to share with you, and I know this could be a bit controversial. In Latin America, we have a huge responsibility to be at the forefront and to be very active in the reduction of climate change. And that is a true fact. But we also get this question. Does Latin America need to face this burden on its own, or is this a worldwide burden that needs to be shared? And that's why this is a discussion that we have had with the team of President Petro when defining the climate action. If we are headed towards the right direction, towards calling upon every other country in the world, the rest of the planet, and say, this is also applicable to Africa, to Southeast Asia, for example, and to other countries that are at the same equatorial level. If we can carry out these dialogues and these connections, I believe that these will be directly related to the results that we are able to yield in the capital markets as well. And that is where I believe that these multilateral entities play a fundamental role. They have historically played a key role in our country. So they are the effective link whereby we can channel resources into a region. And I'm sorry I didn't answer your question about data and information, but I feel like we need to give him the floor. Unfortunately, we don't have any time left. We only have 5 minutes, and I'd like to make the most of it. And I have one question. Everything you have talked about, Bruce, is related to technology, science, innovation. Perhaps in just 1 minute, could you share specific examples of how these scientific and technical notions have been applied in specific companies and making the most of these advancements? Well, of course, there are a lot of examples, particularly when it comes to nature-based solutions. We know that there's this huge universe around this of possible solutions, but I'd like to share one with you. This is the example of circular economies. Circular economies play on the notion of acknowledging. We apologize, we have lost feed from the floor.
Hemos anunciado estos días un laboratorio, la llamamos el...
We announced in Nature Lab, which is an initiative that helps us identify opportunities based on productive development and biodiversity. We are also working around bio-inspiration. We're trying to detect any process that can keep growing in Latin America, and I think whichever sector doesn't use nature as a source of extraction, and rather than this, they use it as a source of inspiration, then we want to foster those projects. And when it comes to the circular economy, I think you're doing a fantastic job in reusing and recycling the materials that are already in circulation and have been extracted and reused. So how can we generate a production without the creation of waste from the very beginning? Thank you so much, Alicia. Unfortunately, we don't have much time left. I had one last question, but I would like to abide by the rules. But I will just throw this out there for you to discuss amongst yourselves at a different opportunity. I have heard that there is one concept that has become increasingly stronger, and it is, let's stop talking about sustainability. And I know it might sound a bit radical, so let's move away from sustainability, and let's start talking about environmental education, so we can just focus on the environment, and let's move away from the notion of sustainability. This is something I've already heard at a different conference. And the reason why I mention this is because unfortunately we don't have time to talk about this, but I just wanted to share this thought. I'd like to appreciate your presence today and to everyone supporting us throughout this session. Thank you.
Pues yo diría que, como suele hacerlo, digamos, muchos conciertos, pueden terminar siendo, digamos, un poco bruscas, por decirlo menos, pero yo lo que diría es que lo importante realmente es tratar de construir soluciones que sean soluciones efectivas, que involucren a todo el mundo, y no soluciones que nos terminen polarizando. La polarización no va a ser una solución para construir realmente una, digamos, estrategia que le permita al planeta realmente generar mayor sostenibilidad, protegerlo del cambio climático, protegerlo también en términos de la biodiversidad. Esa no va a ser la solución. Eso va a ser seguramente una solución política que va a funcionar para algunas personas, pero no nos permite a todos reunirnos, unirnos para producir el cambio que necesita en este momento. ¿Cuál es la solución entonces? Yo creo que tendríamos que ir desde el sector privado. Yo creo que hay que hacer verdaderamente una gran causa mundial, pero que sentamos todos en el corazón y en la mente en donde seamos conscientes de que si no actuamos rápido vamos camino a la catástrofe. No es camino a una crisis, no es camino a la catástrofe. Si somos conscientes de ello, estoy seguro que la humanidad tendrá la posibilidad de generar mejores alternativas y mejores estrategias que se lo digan. Muy bien, muy bien.
Sí, claro, yo le ¿Cierto? Que ha sido bastante. Sí.
Listo, listo.
Y después traemos aquí. Hola, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. I hope you can hear us. Good afternoon and welcome to this event about the Chocó Biogeográfico titled Delimitation and Transboundary Actions for the Protection of Biodiversity, Climate Action and Sustainable Development. This is a session that we created together with the Environmental Solutions of MIT, the Javeriana University and CAF, and it is a huge pleasure for us to be here today to share the preliminary results of a research study conducted in the Chocó Biogeográfico. When we started this investigation, this research process, we had three aims: to raise awareness about the strategic importance of this ecosystem, particularly because of its biological value. When we compare this to other ecosystems in the region, we believe that this has not been fully visible, and that's why we need to share information about it. Secondly, we want to diagnose the threats and to identify the impact of these threats on our ecosystem, not only at a country level, but mostly at a transboundary level. We are facing a great challenge. The data amongst these countries are not unified, and that is why part of the work that we conducted was this effort to gather data that allow us to illustrate the threats that these ecosystems are affected by. Thirdly, we want to promote a series of recommendations on three fronts in order to enable transnational actions, specific initiatives by way of regional and territorial authorities' actions, and as well actions for communities. I would like to share with you what this session will be about. First of all, we will have a presentation by our team of researchers, where we have Angelica Majolo, MLK Fellow from MIT Environmental Solutions Initiative, and Professor Pablo Palacios from Universidad Javeriana from Bogota. After these presentations, we will invite some of the key stakeholders to share a discussion at a panel. We have Alicia Montalvo from CAF, Marta Rosero Peña from Conservation International, and Josefina Linker. So with this, we would like to welcome you, and I would like to give the floor to Pablo Palacios. Good afternoon to everyone here today. I think that we have mostly a female audience here today interested in these topics, and this is not unusual because it is usually women who take most of the burden in the protection of biodiversity. My name is Pablo Palacio Rodriguez, and today we would like to talk to you about what our ecosystem from Chocó Biogeográfico has been going through, and we're going to share a report that we've conducted. And I have been given the hardest task, which is to convince everyone here about the importance of this topic. Once again, thank you for being here today, and I would like to begin by share a specific story with you. I am from this area. I'm from the Chocó, from the river San Pablo. And of course, we grow amongst this amazing biodiversity next to the riverside. And as you grow up and you start learning about the scientific dynamics, you start wondering, why are we talking about the Amazon so much? And I'm not, of course, not blaming my brothers to the Amazon, but we talk about the Amazon so much, but then we have a biodiversity hotspot like this Chocó, and apparently we only have between 30 or 36 biodiversity hubs around the world, hotspots, and this is one. So my question is, why isn't scientific literature and the media discussing the Chocó Biogeográfico as much as they are talking about the Amazon? Another question that has been posed to us is, when did this ecosystem begin? The data that we have been able to gather across scientific literature is showing that this ecosystem starts at the north of Costa Rica and reaches the south of Ecuador. And if we get a bit stricter, perhaps we could also involve the Tumbes area, this Peruvian ecosystem from humid tropical forests and mangroves. You can see a map at the back of my presentation. This is a wildlife corridor joining two parts of a continent. The south of the North American continent and the north of the South American continent through Panama, allowing to create this great biotic exchange of the Americas. So this map shows that Costa Rica has been one of the countries with the highest amount of protected areas in this Choco Biogeográfico. Colombia also has a high number of protected areas and diversity of biomes. But many of these areas are not officially protected, so there is a lot for us to do to protect this ecosystem. In addition, there's a series of biomes in this ecosystem. We can have mangroves, tropical rainforests, and hyperhumid forests, as well as dry forests. In addition, this is an ecosystem that is not only limited to the Pacific Ocean. This is an ecosystem extending all the way to Central America, particularly when you move on to the north area of the Chocó, to the Caribbean, when you visit Colón, Limón. That is to say, this ecosystem is not strictly limited to the Pacific Ocean coast. So when we are discussing biodiversity and the Choco Biogeográfico, this is the ultimate hotspot of hotspots. But so what biodiversity can we find there? We have estimated that there are between 12 and 14,000 species living in this ecosystem. In addition, and our colleagues from Ecuador are aware of this, most of this area has been yet to get explored. It still remains unexplored because of historical conflicts that have prevented our researchers to reach regions of this area, particularly Ecuador and Colombia and Panama, were the countries that as of 2015 have been able to report new species to scientific data. We are aware of the fact that we haven't finished mapping all the species there. In fact, we have 3,000 endemic species, that is to say, species that only live in that ecosystem, and we have been able to share specific data. We have the most poisonous frog on the planet. We have Atelopus fronterizos, the spider monkeys, howling monkeys, and other species that only live in this ecosystem. So as I said, this is an hotspot for biodiversity. And what we conducted here in this report to determine exactly the extension of this ecosystem is to determine the species that exist around these biological corridors or wildlife corridors. We had to conduct a georeference process so we could specifically identify the species as if we were putting the species at a museum. These are called museum data. These data allow us to identify the exact species and to understand where they were found. So we were able to gather information about species because sometimes we are wondering, why are we finding this species in Costa Rica and also in Ecuador? How this species reached this place? Who put this species there? And we realized that there was one big wildlife corridor. This is one of the hypotheses around our line of research. So we conducted a big group like birds, plants, reptiles, amphibians, and we created the current distribution model and a potential distribution model. That is to say, based on the climate variables and the georeference point, we intended to show the distribution of the species, but also we wanted to show what their potential distribution might look like. And following this line, we created maps for each one of the species showing their current and potential distribution at a geographical level, but also in terms of their climate distribution. These are two very important aspects for us to understand where these species can be found. We also carried out a map overlap of all these species. That is to say, all these maps were summarized in one single map, so we could show the current distribution of what we now know as Chocó Biogeográfico. So this delimitation that we created is a distribution that is georeferenced based on the species. We did not use any other criteria other than the wildlife criteria. And why do I say this? The georeference distribution of a plant is different to that of an animal. Their specific attributes are very different because the distance flown by a bird, of course, is very different to the distance swum by an amphibian. So this system allowed us to delimit, to set out the specific territory of this ecosystem. We also included the Talamanca mountain range. There are multiple species that our brothers in Costa Rica said, we cannot include this within this ecosystem. And our answer was, well, species don't have the exact same geographical limits as we do, or boundaries. These are irrelevant to animals. And that is why we're sharing this distribution, also including high altitude mountains in the ecosystem of the Chocó. So, of course, this ecosystem is not only limited to the tropical rainforest of lowlands, but we also have high altitude areas like the Mecana Mountain, amongst others. And to summarize my presentation and hand back the floor to Angelica, my colleague, we are suggesting an expansion of the range in kilometers of the Chocó Biogeográfico. That is to say, the border that went from the north of Panama. Our proposal is that this ecosystem is considered to exist all the way to Honduras and Nicaragua. So these are arguments that, of course, we will keep conducting, potentially in another paper that we will be publishing soon. And we can also state that Colombia and Panama are the countries with the highest distribution of land in the biographical Chocó. Of course, this creates a commitment and a debate around this topic, particularly in this COP in the Chocó Biográfico, to understand which are the territories that must be protected in our ecosystem. With this, I would like to give the floor to my colleague. Thank you, Pablo, for your presentation. During this second stage of our presentation, we'd like to show that such a relevant ecosystem based on these data also faces incredible challenges because of the pre-existing threats. Most of them are a result of illegal economic activities and illegal crops, the immigration crisis in the Darien Gap, and the species trafficking are four of the illegal practices currently affecting this ecosystem. We should also mention unplanned urban expansion, as we know there are big cities that have not been adequately planned and have not taken into account biodiversity conservation, and it has also they have also only been expanded from unplanned initiatives. We carried out this report, which it was quite a complex exercise because there was no one all-encompassing database that we use. So, for example, Colombia measures illegal crops at an annual rate. This is done by the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, but these data are not gathered in the same manner for other countries. So our first question is, what is the forest loss cover from 2020 to 2022, this ecosystem has lost 23,700 square kilometers. That amounts to 307 times of this convention center. And what becomes quite striking is that the greatest area of loss is in Panama. And we believe that this is closely related to the immigration crisis at the Darien Gap. Those red dots is the greatest biodiversity loss due to the migrant crisis. Secondly, we have illegal crops in Colombia. The 4 departments on the Pacific amount to 40% of illegal crops in the country, particularly the city of Tumaco, facing great challenging in terms of illegal crops. We would also like to illustrate here that the impact of illegal crops in the creation of socioeconomic and environmental challenges is huge, and how this correlates to the rate of murders and homicides, which are a lot higher in the cities in the Chocó Geográfico. This applies both to Colombia and Ecuador. That is to say, the drug trafficking and illegal drug trafficking in this area create greater pressure due to violence. And something that we also found that applies to all countries is related to the traffic of cocaine and the confiscation and seizure of cocaine trafficking. In terms of mining, consolidating these data is quite challenging because there are not one specific metric that allows us to measure this. Colombia does this through its autonomous corporations, but we cannot find this information for Panama, Ecuador, and Costa Rica. We did come across a study that allows us to understand the amount of gold traded in each country and to determine whether it is from a legal or illegal source. In fact, 70% of gold traded is illegal in this region, and only 30% can be traced within a legal framework. In terms of the migrant crisis, we do not have real data of the impacts of the migrant crisis on the ecosystem. We know that it creates illegal logging in order to open roads to move across land, and also illegal settlings in order to that create pollution as well, destruction of habitats. But of course, there are no current studies or researches allowing to determine specifically how these migrant crises are affecting the environment. In fact, only last year from Panama and Colombia, there were 520,000 people going through the Darien Gap from 97 different nationalities. That is to say, the Chocó Geográfico is undergoing a humanity crisis, not just an environmental crisis. So that's why we want to draw attention to this situation. And we believe that as the humanity needs to restore this ecosystem because it's facing a global challenge, and other countries are doing nothing about it. In terms of the city, these are cities with under 40,000 people. That is to say, their administrative structure is quite weak when it comes to managing a strategic ecosystem. There are some important cities with over 2 million citizens like Cali, Guayaquil, and the city of Panama. Of course, this report also shed light on other topics. This area was organized properly as a result of the boost of illegal mining and how populations were created around settlings in a provisional manner. This report also allowed us to provide a series of recommendations for the preservation of this ecosystem. These are multi-sectorial and transnational. We have classified these in 3 groups. First of all, transnational actions. just like Pablo said, species know no borders. Well, the problems that we have in Choco Biogeográfico are also illegal economies that know no borders. We believe that there are three main ways to tackle this. First, to reinforce law enforcement capacities to counteract the environmental crimes in all these countries. And of course, this requires collaborative efforts. Secondly, we believe that creating financing models for the preservation of these ecosystems are fundamental, and we'd like to highlight the role of CAF. And to create these shared financing models is key. Thirdly, fostering a scientific panel to mobilize both the academia and the scientific communities in the drafting of these measures. We also have the science panel for Congo and the Amazon, and we'd also like for this panel to exist for our ecosystem, and the MIT has done a lot for this already. We also believe that participatory planning on nature-based solutions that are inclusive for local communities is key. Updating planning instruments to adapt those municipalities and to focus on biodiversity at its core. When it comes to infrastructure and monitoring capacity, there's a huge challenge in terms of early alerts and early warning systems, data gathering, and risk assessments, and of course, mapping and management of genetic diversity, which is one of the main topics that we are focusing on during this this conference, to understand how genetic resources can help us, especially in our region. We have had very little technical capacity to carry out these mappings. In terms of the community strengthening, which is as or more important than the other two actions, we would also like to focus on the real opportunities of bioeconomies that could be created for local communities. This is a region that faces great challenges related to the rise of collective actions. Colombia and Ecuador have acknowledged land ownership to indigenous communities and Afro-descendants, and the rest of the country have only done it for indigenous communities. Land ownership and certification poses a great challenge to create economic opportunities. Although these countries have granted the right to land, there are no specific productive initiatives supporting these communities. So we would like to explore some of the models that have worked in other countries like Canada, where credit funds and technical support have been launched in order to encourage nature-based tourism, for example. And also, taking part in the carbon markets and biodiversity bonds is fundamental. So we think that it is key to encourage efforts around technical assessment and the creation of community and corporate financing tools to foster the work with communities. We think that within the framework of the work that countries are doing to help this ecosystem, there should be specific targets about the restoration of mangroves, restoration of degraded areas due to the activities of illegal mining as the main challenges, strengthening the initiatives around food security in the territories that were affected by illegal activities, community plans for biodiversity, and something relevant, which is knowledge transfer and traditional knowledge, taking into account the high rates of populations from indigenous communities and Afro-descendant communities that have been able to preserve the knowledge and the natural resources. Lastly, we believe that this should be an inclusive initiative. Communities must be involved in the creation of information around and about their territory. But of course, we need to understand how these actions can be conducted while mitigating the great challenges that this region undergoes. And of course, involving these communities is fundamental. These were just some of the remarks we want to share with you, and we believe that it is key that this ecosystem is placed as one of the most relevant ecosystems. And I think that our study will prove the reasons why this ecosystem requires greater capacities, but also to join efforts, international cooperation, government cooperation, so we don't lose this treasure that nature gave us. Thank you. This is the team.
MIT Environmental Solution Initiative.
This is the group by Universidad Javeriana and our institutes. And now I want to give the floor to my colleague Marcela Angel. She's going to moderate the panel of experts that comes next. Thank you. Thank you, Angelica and Pablo. And now I would like to call three women who have been allies to Choco Biogeográfico, and through their work, they've been working a lot on the ecosystem. First of all, I want to call Alicia Montalvo, manager of climate action and positive biodiversity of CAF. Last year we were including or started including this topic in our agenda, and now we have some data that will allow us to answer some questions we were asking in Dubai last year. Secondly, I want to call Marta Rosero Peña. She's a researcher from Conservation International, and she's been highlighting the role of Afro-descendant communities in the conservation and how conservation is linked to ancestral knowledge. And finally, Josefina Klinger y Teresa, founder of Mano Cambiada. She's the leader of Nuki in the Choco Biogeográfico. She's been working for a lifetime in the area. It's a pleasure to have you all here today, and we will hear your different points of view. We're going to hear from different levels and different points of view that can have an impact on the ecosystem. So let's get started. I was only seeing 3 chairs, but I see there's another one. I would like to start with you, Alicia. And as Angelica was saying, you just launched a fund for Choco Biogeográfico. And we would like to let the audience know what the vision is and what the goals are behind this fund. How are you thinking of strengthening transboundary actions to protect the ecosystem and to enable the sustainable development of communities? Thank you so much. It's an honor for me to speak after Angelica and Pablo's presentation. I'm really embarrassed that you're introducing me as an expert in the area. I am not. I am just coming close to this region. Recently, thanks to the work we've been doing here from CAF, I'm in love of the area through their people and the work that has been conducted. The fund is going to belong to the countries. It's an initiative that started with the support of the Colombian government, but we also wanted to add other countries that belong to this ecoregion. And CAF is supporting this initiative. Since the beginning, we clearly saw that this is an ecoregion where we want to work, and we have the objective of identifying vulnerable ecosystems, but ecosystems where there's situations of other vulnerabilities. And the Colombian government proposed to CAF the support, the technical assistance of this fund. So we embraced this cost with enthusiasm. Our president, Diaz Granados, shared he wanted to join this exercise, and we've been working for several months with this concept that is about to be developed. There are representatives from the government that are experts on the subject and know about the latest details, but the objective we've all set together is raise awareness on this ecosystem that is not so visible at a global or national levels. And we believe that it has some vulnerabilities that are very important in terms of illicit trafficking, species, and people trafficking. These are things that um, endanger lives of people. We've been working in different projects. We launched the network of Pianguera women. We hope their livelihoods can uh, be better from now onwards. We also have an aspirational goal. We want to reach $100 million. This is a midterm goal for us, and I guess that the main characteristic is that it's a multi-donor fund. We want to support the governments in the attraction of international resources. We would also work as catalyzers, and we want to help and support the structuring. This is a project we are starting. This is the first stage, so we need to talk about governance, the project selection criteria, what the decision structures will look like. Everything is to be decided, but we want to support you in the process of international investment attraction. So we want to support the countries that are part of this eco-region that is subjected to so many complex pressures, and we want to support the countries so we can create a long-lasting fund that transcends short-term circumstances, and we expect that it becomes a very rich fund in terms of resources and in terms of the impacts it brings to the communities, especially Afro-descendant communities. We believe we have a lot of work to do, and we are going to support this process. Thank you. Thank you, Alicia. Without a doubt, it's a huge effort, and we can mobilize certain actions that are not only necessary but also urgent for the region and for the ecosystem. Marta, I'd like to continue with you from Conservation International. You've been promoting a model for conservation with the communities. And as a researcher, you've also referred to traditional practices, Afro-descendant communities, how they are connected to conservation. We would like to hear your perspective on what do you think the priorities are in terms of conservation? How can they integrate the competencies of territorial authorities, government authorities, but also ethnic authorities and the communities that inhabit the ecosystem. Thank you, Marcela. Thank you for having me here today. And congratulations for your presentation. I learn from the Choco every time I talk to Pablo, every time we talk to Angelica. I'm not an expert in Choco geographical either. We've worked with my colleagues at one point with it. From Conservation International, what are we doing? We are implementing the first program directed by and for Afro-descendants in a non-government organization such as Conservation International. And we are trying to raise awareness and value the ecosystem. And from that recognition, we want to focus on rights, on vindications. We believe there's a gap, and we need to make Afro-descendant peoples visible, but also bring evidence that enable decision making from the communities and the peoples, and also for Afro institutions. and we want to participate with evidence, with scientific evidence in that decision making. And to answer your question, territorial and ethnic authorities, and I'm going to refer to the case of Colombia, because if we look at the region, at the Choco region, we see that within this strip, it is that we find the greater recognition by the Constitution, the Law 70, and Colombia is at the forefront of all that. So I would like to focus more on those mechanisms and governance. Governance for decision making. And governance itself is a risk. How do we make decisions? So, if we refer to territorial authorities, we're also referring to ethnic authorities. Both have responsibilities in that decision making and management of territories. So, I think we need to discuss certain types of governance. Legal governance through legal mechanisms, financed governance, an informed governance, and an inclusive governance. Therefore, when we talk about legal governance, we have to have legal mechanisms that are clear for the decision making. And those two stakeholders, ethnic and government authorities, namely Caro in the case of Colombia, other municipal authorities, and so forth, that needs to be clear. And I say this because we are talking about several countries. So this transcends borders and the complexity of each country's context. So this is of the utmost importance. We need to start discussing these mechanisms that set the rules. In terms of finance governance, we celebrate what CAF is proposing. And I also want to give you an example. When we say that by 2030 we need to accomplish certain goals and have certain areas conserved, well, we made it. We were able for the Choco biogeographic to have some hectares, and we were able to comply with that goal. And we did so by agreeing with the authorities from each side. But if this is not financed, the management plans will reach nowhere. This will get us nowhere, and this will pass on to the communities. We would be passing over our responsibility to those communities. Informed governance. All decisions need to be informed. Even for a leak, you wonder how the ceiling is and you have to go and check. So it is extremely important that universities, research centers need to be involved, but we need to create that evidence. For management plan, you need to consider what's going on and what's going on in the territories, the monitoring of fauna, flora, and agro biodiversity. This is what we manage in communities in terms of food and health. That is also biodiversity, and they are all involved in decision making. Every time we stop planting something for a headache and we no longer use it, that's where we are also making a decision. So it's not only the macro level decisions, but also at a local level. And we hope this information comes from data created by youth with technology who doesn't have a cell phone nowadays. So we have to give that opportunity. So not only it informs scientists, but also we are informed about our management and our development. And qualitatively, we can see what have we recovered, what are we losing. So all that is also part of an informed governance. In terms of inclusive participatory governance, including women, traditional knowledge, youth, and mostly we need to include all the um, ownership processes, because not including Afro descendant communities in the ownership in other countries is also creating difficulties. We conducted a research in territories to see the Afro presence in terms of biodiversity and irrecoverable carbon, and we only found it in recognized lands. 1% in 4 countries is only what Afros represent. But this is another way of making ourselves visible. We need to come up with evidence, strengthen the narrative so we can strengthen what we are doing, the decisions we're going to make. So, lastly, we also need professionals, men and women in the regions from Afro descendant communities. We need to add color to conservation, so to speak. I am part of an institution where we are only 4 or 5 Afro descendants, and we are located in 33 countries of the world. So we also have that need. We need to have a more representative governance. Thank you. Thank you very much, Marta. Now I want to welcome our Vice Minister. She's going to give us some closing remarks in this session. And I have one other question for Josefina. On one hand, Marta highlighted the call and the need to have a legal, financed, inclusive, and informed governance. Alicia was also talking about governance as one of the next steps and what's coming for us for the forum. Josefina, you're a woman who can talk about her experience in terms of territorial governance and your lessons learned throughout your lifetime experience in the territory. So, Josefina, can you share with us what does that model look like and what you've been implemented in Nuki? How has this model created local capacities for conservation, but also it has strengthened and it was based on that cultural identity. So can you tell us about that model and how could it be replicated in other territories of the region, and what lessons has it left? Well, I'm sending you a feminine greeting and a greeting from the Pacific. I love it. I've been listening to you and I have the solution. I'm bringing the solutions all the lines that you've discussed are the lines that comprise this model. Tourism is the excuse because it allows us to re-educate humanity so they can move from that or move away from that vision they have. But secondly, it allows us to have a politically correct model so it can be sustainable and peaceful. Why it's strange that a 9,000 inhabitants village, it's a tropical forest interrupted by the Pacific Sea, 12 rivers, waterfalls, 3,000 hectares of mangroves. It rains every other day, and from June to October we have tortoises, birds, and whales. We don't have the data you just mentioned, and despite there being a lot of research, we don't have the education so it reaches us. But under pressure, several pressures, that's the sale of land. We have over 45 kilometers of beaches that, because of the tides, they're covered and they go down every 6 hours. But people sold them due to lack of vision, and paisas, as we call them, if you're not black or indigenous, you're paisa. So paisas bought them. So that's one of the pressures we encountered. The first tourism initiatives were not started by us. And then in terms of visibility, we look like a hotel with a village. I think of San Andres and I think of the Cameron, the hotels. I don't think of an ethnic culture. So all this made us reflect, and they had already threatened us. And that's the word I want to use, threatened us with the port. And we had a population that was born with poverty. I'm the product of some projects, but they are short-term projects. And the intervention of a territory happens within 30 to 60 years. So you need to think of an investment of no less than 10 years so it can be systemic. The Law 70 had already been passed. I was very happy about that. And it was all left in the political sphere. And I'm going to say something, and you can record it if you want. 30 years later, we are still launching power with Law 70 because we have a bigger council, but it is supported by local councils. And we still have a weakness there because we haven't really started working. When I speak, I like the word governance, but I prefer sovereignty because that's the use of the tools with a political vision, but I use ethics because I don't have time for the new governance model to be merged in that same political mess. So we either moved from the community councils or the mayor's office did something. And the politicians don't like it a lot. There are wonderful politicians, but some others are not. We still need a lot of democratic education. The popular mayor election started after 91. So what did we need to do there? We didn't find financing because we're not in an association or in a cooperative, or we're not mayors. We are the civil society that decided to organize in a different manner. So what I mean to say is that what's communal, it's like an umbrella that shares common values and principles. And that community needs to have the sovereignty to decide if they support the community council. The mayor and the civil society can decide if they want to be an association or private businessman. It seems that we can't be private parties, and where a community cannot be businessmen. And yes, I'm a private businesswoman and I'm part of the community. So what did we have to do? be left in the political discussions while the other heroes, the black heroes, are going to the other circles and trying to find answers. The answers is to create an economic um, model. So we needed to create it. We found it in tourism, but if that were the foundation, we wouldn't have the humanitarian crisis we have. We need to maintain the economic model with a comprehensive management. So, what did we do from our foundation, Mano Cambiada? We faced this model and we stopped believing that we were working on tourism, and we believed that we had to be empathetic. Money has turned us into not nice people, and money is something else. Because when I traded with my neighbor, she wouldn't let me attend her labor, her births, because if she didn't like me. So today with money, you pay me, I look after your child, but I can harm him. So we use this mano cambiada. It's like a banter. We exchange tangible products. And we also work with what we call minga. So with tourism, we do what you like to call value chain. We also needed a management model. Nuki is lit with diesel plants and disposes of their waste near the coast. So our governance model with biodiversity as the main asset and culture, as I said, blackness is my added value. This is what I add to my service. If I wear the dancing skirt, it looks good on me and not on the paisas. So we needed that added value. We needed to add gastronomy, music, what we know how to do. The third line of the model has to be done with the next generation. Adults have other interests, and then the next generations are not using our resources well. We needed to educate youth, so in 20 years, they would be able to have a discussion centered on the political view of a sustainable development model. Another important line is leadership, how we train new leaders, how we insist on ethics, how we insist on living an individualistic view when we are a collective. And another line, because we know that tourism and poverty cannot coexist, so we need to push investments that ensure the dignity of our community and the well being of the tourist when they are there. And last but not least, we need to consider communication, narrative. So there's always a narrative around. If you still feel poor and a victim, there's a narrative that fed it because you don't see the resources there. So within this picture, we had to change our self perception, move away from that tragedy perspective, and look for the natural resources and take advantage of what we had. We have re educated the country. We are all over the news nowadays. And now we have that caring discussion so we can agree on what development model we want, because time is limited. And I'm sorry I spoke so much, but this is what I wanted to say. it's a challenge to summarize so much work you've been doing, Josefina, and the example you are giving us as to how to create that common vision that could be also replicated in other communities that are part of the Chocó Biogeográfico. I'm left with a term or a concept you said, and that's that we need a sustainable and peaceful vision. And we're running out of time, but I would like to start a quick last round of questions. And I would like for each of you to give us a message for the world about Chocó. Why should we pay attention to Chocó?
This is quite a challenge after taking the floor after Josefina. I'd like to highlight the need that the institutions accessing these platforms must provide visibility, particularly to the people living in those areas. I think that that is the key priority out of everything we share and we say, the way we defend the territory, they defend the territory and the nature. I believe that the power that these spaces have is to provide visibility to these communities. That is what I wanted to share. A takeaway message that I would like to share with you is something that Josefina puts quite clearly, and it is the narrative that the Afro communities from Chocó Biográfico have, and not just from this region, because of course we also work in other countries where we have witnessed something very similar to this. After almost 500 years of inhabiting greatly biodiverse regions like this one, as well as the Amazon in Suriname, or even here in Ecuador, where we are also working towards this, the rainforests are still standing even after 500 years, and we will witness the transformation of the landscapes of the rest of the Americas, and I feel like we are witnessing something quite drastic. So that added value of the Afro people who came from the African tropics to the American tropics after spending 15,000 years of domesticating plants and animals, reach a region that they knew how to handle. Of course, we learned a lot from the indigenous communities, but after these many years of taming animals, wildlife, cows, horses, goats, sheep, pigs, and pastures, and the great green heritage from the Afro people to the Americas is huge. And this is something that we can see here in this region. And this is not something we get taught at school. We eat meat because the African communities adapted livestock and the cattle species and goat species so we could consume them. So, of course, landscapes change, but we are not the ones who change them, but the decisions of a market economy. Otherwise, the Chocó would have disappeared already. The final message is that we have worked from reason, and it is very hard to work from your heart. There is an urgent need to find a different way to work, and I can assure you that this region can provide these strategies, and I would like to highlight this. We must foster an alliance between peers. Having the financial resources cannot prioritize one part over another one. In order to develop, you need territory, people, and money. If you have the territory and wonderful people that are trained and local and traditional witness, if you have those two, you still need the funding. So whoever pays the money or shares the funds, They can't set the requirements, but of course, this is also a fundamental pillar. If you had believed these words in the past, then our impact would be greater. And even if I'm ready, but I have no money to carry out my strategies, then we have to discuss this in more detail and take it more seriously. We need to silence our ego, let our heart do the job, and to realize that even the smallest action can actually make a difference. That is my takeaway message. The Chocobio Geográfico needs strategic alliances, but we have the bank, the communities, the research community, and the government. So I think that these are the bases over which we can build this collective vision. And we would like to thank the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, and I would also like to ask her to share a few closing remarks for this region. Good afternoon, everyone. And I would also like to greet Marcel Angel, the head of the research program of natural solutions at MIT, Josefina Klein, director of Fundación Mano Cambiada, Alicia Montoya, manager of climate action, Alicia Montalvo, apologies, from CAF, Marta Rosero from Conservation International. I would also like to greet Pablo Palacio, professor of Universidad Javeriana, and the team, part of the team of the researchers, Chocobio Geográfico, Dr. Angelica Mayoblon as well, MKL Fellow. How wonderful to discuss these topics. I would also like to thank Adriana Mendoza, our head of economic, environmental and social matters of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I also like to greet Dr. Alfonso Escobar. Dear participants, to begin with, it is a huge pleasure to share these closing remarks alongside these wonderful women that share the stage, powerful leaders of our region, not only the Colombian Pacific, but also the whole of Latin America. Throughout these last days, we've had the opportunity to discuss thoroughly around Chocobio Geográfico, and I think that this is one of the main messages that we are conveying in this COP16, the COP of the people, and it's to bring back the territories to the core of the debate, and I think that placing importance on this eco-region is fundamental. We believe that although this biodiversity wealth can be found in our territory, we also share wealth with neighboring countries like Ecuador, Panama, Peru. 2 days ago, thanks to the unlimited support of CAF and Dr. Sergio Díaz Granados, we have been able to launch the multi-donor fund for Chocobio Geográfico. Our lovely colleagues supported us on this process to find consensus within each one of these countries because we believe and we insisted on the need to create a regional debate that went beyond Colombia, particularly because this area, as our researchers have already stated, particularly Pablo in his presentation, we have discussed the threats that this region has to undergo, particularly because of illegal mining, unplanned urbanization, the impacts of migrant crisis that we have seen heavily impacts these ecosystems. And a few years ago, this was called the Darien Gap, and how the migrant crisis has also put a lot of pressure on those ecosystems and has degraded ecosystems on that territory. And just to be brief, I'd also like to highlight the leadership from CAF as a green bank of Latin America and the Caribbean for supporting this alliance between strategic partners that allow us to move forward through specific actions in order to achieve not only governance models, but now we would like to call them sovereignty models that facilitate the protection and conservation of biodiversity, and while placing communities at the core of these actions. During this week, we have heard how this message has been conveyed. If we have this biodiversity placed in this region of our country, then this is thanks to the work that the communities have conducted, and therefore we need to keep betting on this. During this COP16, we must recognize and acknowledge the work of Afro-descendant communities and peoples, and the work that they have conducted on biodiversity. I think this is one of the achievements and debts that we owe them, that hopefully we will be able to compensate during these negotiation processes. We must achieve an effective and transboundary cooperation involving governments, multilateral banking, the private sector, the academia, and of course, social and local communities. This cooperation is key in order to enhance innovative solutions to ensure the conservation of this wildlife corridor while we create better conditions for our peoples. We would like to invite all stakeholders to join this effort to ensure that we protect biodiversity in this ecosystem and that it remains alive, a source of life, a resilient source, and sustainable development for Latin America and the rest of the world. I would also like to give a short announcement. I'd like to thank CAF. We had the Migration Festival, which is a strategy for children. We celebrate the migration of whales and turtles through a cultural festival. We have received support comes and goes, but CAF remains for 2 years in a row. So we would like to allow for this, to take this festival to be longer, not just 1 week long, but we would like to achieve for this festival to last a whole year so children can actually put the focus on this, and not just children, but also adults. It was the youth from Yoki that said that their development vision was different, and this discussion was focused on their worldview and not on race. And I would also like to say that after 20 years of trial and error with no guidelines and no formats or no instructions or scripts, after these processes, we have broken paradigms within our communities. And thanks to CAF, we have launched a consultancy process to turn what Mano Cambia has done into a specific method that could be taken to Colombia and other countries in Latin America with similar conditions. That is to say, it's a process whereby communities help other communities, because once again, the problem we're facing is not a monetary one on its own, but a change of paradigm. If we believe that the governments are not including us, then we should create our own model where others come to us. Thank you for your time. I believe that this is a wonderful invitation and a call to action to work together and collectively to protect this ecosystem. I would like to give a big round of applause to this team of researchers and the rest of the panelists and the members of this research, and also a huge round of applause to these wonderful women for sharing their opinions. Thank you.
Es que no creo que ella salga en la foto. No, Gary, si ella está sentada ahí, el presidente le va a decir, ven. Claro.
Paolo Real Femina.
No, dos. Bueno, dame uno más que si acaso nos vaya Sofía acá.
Como el orden.
Perdón, te voy a poner uno aquí por si.
Buenas tardes. En unos minutos.
Good afternoon. We're going to begin in just a few minutes. We'd like to invite you to take a seat.
We'll begin our next event. Please take your seats. If you need simultaneous translation, the headsets are outside of the pavilion. Si necesitan traducción simultánea, los equipos están fuera del pabellón. Muchas gracias.